Okay, okay then. All right then, everyone, and welcome to week 38 from the Ink Up. I am your host Kaiser for back again for the first time in what feels like 2 years. With me tonight is.
Unfortunately, I'm El. I run the thing. I don't know how to commentate, but I'm here in the hot seat for some reason. And tonight we've got some, good matches lined up for you. So we're a little bit late starting, sorry for the wait, but we're gonna be looking at our first match here. We're gonna be looking at Meow versus Toolbox. Kaiser, I'm gonna ask you if you know anything about these. That is not Toolbox. We're gonna look at the maps instead.
Yeah,
Right.
I have zero clue what to do. Let's check out the maps. Oh,
Okay.
great, Brine Water, off to a roaring start. This is a tent map. Arbiter likes it. That's all I know about it. I don't care for Brine.
This will be interesting. I know Toolbox has a good carbon player, but on the side of Meow, we've got Sango, I think, plays 10, so it'll be interesting to see if we say it's a 10 map. I got no idea.
I mean, what? Haven't played on Brine myself more times than I care to admit. It's just a matter. It's just pain. Like, in most modes, it's the same. This goes for area mode basically. The second you get get on to about their ramp, you basically win the match. Assuming someone hangs back in mid and decides to pass in the clams, you can KO in probably about a minute, if not quicker.
I think Ryan's a good map. It's I mean, out of Splatoon 3, it's really not that bad.
You also like Wahoo World.
Wahoo World got put into the low ink map list. And
I don't want to hear it. I'm banned from low ink. I don't care.
it's good.
Anyways, a White Deco and an E-Leader. We are seeing one of these comps.
One of these comps. I mean, Sprite and Water Spring, so of course got the 2 leaders out, and anyone that goes past No Man's Land instantly gets, it's leaded by the laser death, so.
And the Wiper walks to a bomb.
Of course.
You know what? I feel that.
See Deck here trying to make a play and sneaky, but unfortunately they go, a little bit too far off, and they get picked up by the 52 gal. The Toolbox is 2 down already.
Oh yeah, see, Toolbox's leader is dead. It is time for me out to actually push up and basically try and actually start scoring.
Carry on.
Okay. No, I got startled I got confused by a spectator cam being spectator cam.
Not bad. Yeah, it's got a good amount of clams here. If they can get a few good picks or pop those missiles to get into the choke here, they can get a good push off. They got 16 clams, it's a lot, but can really sustain a long push.
And a bit. It was a bit of a delayed well from the gal, but that doesn't work, and it's just the leader left, and I thought the ball was going off the map for a second.
Thankfully for them, no. They managed to get it down to 53 already. They've dunked all their clams in, so someone's gonna need to go back and get some more clams. We see CC up here just holding up the aggression, making sure they can't contest the ramp, but no one's got the clams, and no one's even in their choke point, so it's gonna be the end of this push for Nope, not Toolbox, yeah.
Meow's push has ended. Yeah, definitely I want to say the gal and the fire were definitely a little too far pushed up there, and hello, Tri-Strikes.
Yep, Tri-Strike's doing a whole lot of nothing here, taking a little bit of space in mid, but, they're already backed up.
Yeah, and Meow just basically instantly flips the color, right back into theirs. There's allowing them to maintain control of mid and letting the gal just kind of swim around.
Yeah, right.
As the Wiper, I think, is close to another missile. Or, was close to a missile, just use it, meaning it's time for another push. As Meow's that is down. The Crab finds one, finds two. Can it find a triple? It cannot.
Doesn't get the triple, but that's still 3 down for Meow, which means it's going to be into the push, and that's a soft fight. So 4 down inside of Meow. So Toolbox has got, a little opportunity now to push back in the mid, but unfortunately they weren't quick enough, and the members of Meow are already back in mid. It's another 2 down situation.
Yeah, and off that the gal seems to have already found two, and the Wiper is utilizing his range to basically push back their other shooter.
You see the gal here popping the whale and throwing the wall down in the choke, so they're trying to move up here, take their little snipe, you can call that in Brian, trying to move up and clear some space in front of the basket.
I have no clue what you call it, actually.
I have no idea. It's like a little bump. That's not right. They got the power clam, they got a lot of clams, but they've got no specials, so they just gotta pre-force the raid in here. Pop the missiles, so that's gonna let them at least stop this clam, probably? Yeah. Good go.
Yeah, and and once another ball comes in as they push they hit the points under 17 and pick a long. But okay, with the gal finding two picks and the wipe finding one, and never mind, they're all dead. So a bit of a delayed wipe allowing Meow to basically take full control of their ramp.
Yeah, 17's a very dangerous lead. Unfortunately, they couldn't like find the clams to sustain their push, but 17 is very, very good, and you know they're not done to penalty. They're in knockout range. They just need to get the clams and keep some pressure up on the basket, and then they can, you know, confidently take this game on.
But yeah, unfortunately, it seems like they chose not to do that, which I say was a fine-ish choice to do, as they still held all that control, allowing them to kind of just do that.
It's in a soft wipe that Meow just got on his toolbox. That they're, you know, Meow's been putting on a really good showing here. They've just been keeping locked in their spawn for most of the game. I feel like I haven't...
so much just happened there, all at once.
Yeah, I didn't
We shall start off. I start off with saying a very nice kill from the try there, catching. I think it was one of their shooters from coming off spawn, trying to go left side, and following up by someone basically KOing. And fist bump.
Yeah, that was a great showing from Meow. Before the tournament started, the reason why it took so long, we were having some issues getting the lobby up. You know, one of their members had some bad connection as per Splatoon 3 goes, and they had to quickly get a sub at the last second. But you know, even with the sub, you know, they managed to put on a really good showing and win that match super decisively.
Indeed.
Next, we're moving on to Zone's Mako, you know, the great equalizer, the map of all time. Any thoughts, Kaiser?
I used to play with a carbon here. I know all about Mako.
You know, I'm thinking this one might be in the favorite toolbox. Seems like they just got like a little bit. I'm gonna say the word flustered, and it's probably gonna be wrong, but like they just didn't make a coordinated push back into mid. So maybe after the game's done, they get, you know, clean slate, they can make something happen. Dak is a pretty good carbon player, so this might be her playground. She can make some plays happen.
Right. Definitely Mako Zones is a while it definitely is still easy to lock out, especially if one of those leaders gets to a good spot. You could come back in a fair bit. You could come back in much easier than you could on Brian.
Yeah,
with the fact there is actually a left and a right side of the map.
Yeah, Brian's pretty lockout heavy. It's just without specials, it's just the choke point's really hard to break through. So yeah, you know, Mako's a whole different playing field. Toolbox may have a better chance here. Maybe it's more well suited to that.
Maybe it mostly just depends how they it mostly comes down to handling getting a stalled out in mid or prevent it from pushing in.
I'm not sure, but you know, moving on to this game 2 here, we're about to see what these two teams pull up.
And for that we are seeing, I believe, leader on both teams, both sides running similar-ish comps to both each other and previously, with Meow keeping their Wiper, Gal, and Elir, and I think the Bucket's ending swapping. I believe so.
Yeah, V-Slosh was traded out for the Tri Nouveau, so you know they got a little bit more range. They got the strikes, which are nice for zones. They got the splat bomb, so a few more tools for them to work with. But you know, got a few members down on Toolbox already, but they took a minute to cap the zone, so they're not going to take that many points off. Toolbox is all pulled up and ready to pop in the crab, so they're getting ready to take back the zone here.
But the shot doesn't die on zone, making a pretty big splatter, giving the zone back to Meow, and the Gal is just and the Gal is holding front, getting a very interesting kill on, I think that was the shot.
Yeah, shot and splash. It was I don't know, big scrap in mid, lots of blood. I don't really know what happened, but it's messy. Oh, unfortunate bomb kill as always.
Yeah, this is what I was mentioning earlier with handling. That was too close for comfort if you're a leader.
Yeah. Recent Trizuka buffs, you know, if Deck put one more shot there, that would have been the end for him.
But yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier with walkouts. It was a matter of just mostly needing specials to push right back in. But unfortunately, Meow was able to keep them staggered and keep them from farming their specials in time.
Yeah, super unfortunate. They had the specials and they had one push where they were trying to get back in, but unfortunately they just couldn't, you know, all move in together and, you know, well, push back in. As you can see, I'm Wordsmith. I'm doing my best.
He is trying.
I'm trying my best. But yeah, we see, I don't know. Yeah, just put on really, really good showing, keeping Toolbox stalking their spawn for most of the game. Like, they, through the, like, minute and a half that the game ran, Toolbox only had, well, the start and just one other shot to get back in. So, yeah.
Yeah, it was definitely another very dominant showing from a Meow. And finally, for our last map, we are heading on to Hagglefish TC.
Do you hate this one too, or you got something new?
It's fine.
It's fine. So I've been seeing a lot of people recently that go, Hagglefish is very overrated. What do you think?
Fine. I mean, I don't hate it. I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of it being a straight line, basically. That chargers and backlines have free reign over, but oh well. I do have Zuka for a reason. And missiles when I play Wiper Deco once in a clear blue moon.
Wait, Zuka, what do you play? I thought you were like
Shot.
Forge. Oh. Oh no.
I don't really have a main. I play what I want.
Oh.
And right now that is Shot and Wiper.
Shot and Wiper. I don't know, I mean, Haggle can't be that bad, right? At least it's like one of the best out of the mediocre maps you got, right? Surely it's not that bad.
I'll give it that much.
Like C. It really should be down there.
I will give it Hagglefish is better than a lot of our current maps. I'm still not saying it's very good.
Yeah, that's not saying much, saying that's better than what we got in Splatoon 3. It's I'm not gonna say Tetris Piece.
It's just a straight line though, is the other problem.
That's a piece, isn't it?
I forget. It's a piece, but I forget what the piece's name is.
I don't know Tetris terminology, and I hate to break it to you.
Damn. Anyways, we are seeing a BP come off from the side of Toolbox, and once again, Meow only say we change their comp, bringing out a T-Tech. Oh, actually, 96 Deco is here too. I did not realize that. So actually, they swapped. So they have swapped out their 52 for a 96. Upgrades, people. Upgrades.
I mean, yeah, no, they've changed out completely everything. They got rid of the slosher. Bro, what the hell is happening?
Whoa! What?
Look away from that. Look away from that. These changed up almost their entire comp, so it's a whole new thing to deal with. That Cracked is going to be coming out already, so we'll see what they can do.
With Toxic Taylor comp the Kraken trying to find a pick, finds one, but finds one going almost a little too far in for it though. But however the rest of their teammate does allow. You good? You good there? 90s.
Hey, they made it there in the end. That's what matters. Don't worry.
But yes. Yeah, and now, the Zuka had found the leader, but the 96 was there to keep Tower moving and allowing their Wiper to try and take top right. But the shot does ultimate and hold it until going down, and this Kraken is getting thrown around the map like it's made of air.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was just struggling to get on that tower there, but eventually they do, and they managed to break through that checkpoint or like elbow thing, which is 22's pretty good. That's a winning lead right there, and we're only a minute and a half in, so that's again as always a very good showing from Meow.
Getting to 22 at this point allows you to basically stall them out at second and even at third and even second checkpoint with bombs. However, I say that realizing that Meow doesn't have bombs.
They got the splat bomb. They have one bomb.
They have a bomb. I should have said.
Missile could be like a bunch of bombs too. Like, a lot of bombs.
That is true. But yeah, pack. I pack from the BP a bit early to use it, but yeah, that's really all I can say. It was a bit early to use it. It didn't really find a much value, as we see Platoon camera just eating the camera.
What's wrong with the camera? Anyway, yeah, let's pop the missiles, and Toolbox backed up really far. They were almost in the court, but then they went all the way back to their own court, so they just gave me out lots of space, and they're going to be continuing to take space with the Kraken, managed to take one down and maybe get a second? No, Kraken's running out. So, yeah, I was stalling mid really well here.
Yeah, they are doing a good job. Toolbox just pushed back in their base, and now they are, having touch tower, they are now gaining more special, and we're seeing some lovely 96 RNG.
Yeah, I mean, well, we got there in the end. It's okay. Yeah, I understand here that they don't have to push, and they've just been keeping the tower like kind of at the first checkpoint on their side, and fighting Toolbox in mid. So they've just been keeping up the pressure and just in like a stone wall. They can't get past it.
Yeah, definitely, because at this point, if for me out, they basically just have to crack it. It's basically me out. Just like that guy got hit twice, right? I'm not going insane.
I think they were shooting the shot or something, and the shot's been like flying all the place with the magic carpet. So I don't think that's their fault or the Gale's fault.
I don't. It's a very interesting fight, but yeah, as I was saying, yeah, for me out, they are well aware that they really don't have to go too aggro or force the tower forward. They can just keep it gaining, as we see, only a few points here and there, but still enough to keep things moving.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't have to push there, but they did, and they showed that they just could if they wanted to. They got 3 more points off the board, sitting at that checkpoint, so it's a pretty comfortable lead, especially with 40 seconds left, and Toolbox still only got the 1 special up close to the pack, but no, they need to get something going here, otherwise they're going to run out of time.
Yes, and the Kraken finds one, barely misses the BP, barely dodging it. I believe just pure luck the BP move there.
Yeah,
and we can also see, Meow's T-Tech is holding its special. It's probably gonna wait until their final push to just pop it. And the leader finding a very nice snipe onto the pack, sending it right back to spawn.
Yeah, that pack is the last special that they had. The 1 player down. They gotta make a move here now and quickly if they want to get a final push in. But how come the missiles and the strikes, and you know, if that's not GG, I don't know what is.
Yeah, right there at the end, there was missiles pop, strikes pop, the wall thrown, and a wave breaker for good measure.
Yeah, if that's not GG,
tower was going much further.
Jeez, I picked this match because I thought they were skirming before the tournament started. Right, this'll be close. They just put on a really good show, and Meow, they learned from the scrim, I see, and you know, got this clean 3-0 on their side.
But yeah, with that in very overkill ending.
Yeah.
Good lord. Yeah, Jesus. I believe that about does it for this round. I don't really have too much more to say unless Elemental does.
Yeah, I got nothing. I believe in Toolbox. This unfortunately is gonna take them out of the run for gold bracket, so better luck next time. They've been in the 5th place jail in gold bracket for the past few weeks, so not this time either. Maybe next time
with SOS.
Yeah, Hammerhead. They're gonna be stuck in silver bracket for this time unless they choose to leave us. Things drop. I don't know, but you know, there's things to work on next time to come back stronger. And of course, you know, with this showing, I'm confident Meow might put up a really good fight in the brackets. That was super strong for them.
And so, yeah. And so with that, we should be back shortly with round 2.
Yeah, we'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Goodbye. Hello, and welcome back from the Ink of Week 38. I'm El, I've got Kaiser on the mic with me, and we're back for round 2 in groups. We got some good matches for you.
With this being level hazard minimum versus the biggest men.
Welcome to From the Ink Up.
I'm very confused, but hey, we roll with it.
I'll be honest with you, I don't know these teams. I know that the biggest man is mostly a CCA team, and that's about it. I picked them because funny names, and that's the only thing I've got. So, here we are.
Welcome
We're gonna be moving into Rainmaker, a back pump track, the worst of all time, followed by Scorch Gorge Tower Control?
Yes.
Wait, seriously?
Yes, it is Scorch Gorge Tower Control,
No,
lastly by Particle and Dark.
Wait, what? Oh, it's a zone. Okay, wait. Yeah, no, that makes a lot more sense. So it goes this, and then this, and that. Suddenly looks a lot better. Alright, we're gonna be looking at Rainmaker come back bump track, and then Clam, Blitz, Scorch Gorge, and Barnacle and Dime splat zones.
Rainmaker humpback. Whoa!
No. Wait.
You like Wahoo World. I don't want to hear
I'm
it.
right, and you're wrong.
You're wrong.
Okay. Alright, let's see what they got here.
Tetris.
They got yeah, Tetris. And a reflex, and double missiles, and...
Ooh boy, we're playing Splatoon 2.
Yeah, I rate it, actually. I want to do that. You are reflex, maybe they'll be playing the weapon. So that'd be interesting to see. It's like a glorified Squiffer. Maybe the reverse
Basically.
glorified. But Zeppelin the play gets a pick already? Oh.
Actually, that is two down on the side of Hazel and the Zap is out of ink.
Zap's got no ink, they didn't pick up the Rainmaker. We're running it for the checkpoint, but the Tetra comes from behind, nice to get the picks, so they'll be able to stall it for a little bit, hold that checkpoint just a little longer.
Yes, and the Zap is once again the Zap gets another kill.
Suction bombs. From the Inkup's biggest weakness. Managed to get a pick here. Rainmaker's gonna reset, so it's just gonna put things back to mid. 72 is not a big lead at all. You know, walk forward for a few inches and you could lead. Haven't even broke the checkpoint, so really right now it's just anyone's game.
Trying to find the bow.
Well, they found it.
Yep, found one. And the crab is almost dead.
Yeah, the crab managed to get 2, so they might be able to hold this checkpoint, and they do. Splash, making play of the game here, managed to hold that checkpoint and get, what, 3 down from them alone?
I believe that was 3 down. With basically a wipeout, meaning it is now resulting in a wipeout.
What? What got it?
Curling bomb.
Curling bomb.
I was gonna say it is time to it is time for hazard level minimum to go, but curling bomb said no.
Yeah.
We shall be stuck in mid for a bit longer.
Not for too long. They got the missiles and they popped it, so they're gonna be moving them back a little bit. They popped the crab as well, so this will give them a lot of space, maybe some picks, and that'll allow them to move forward, break that checkpoint.
But they did lose their bow in the process, and then those are swinging the Tetra, almost flying Splash. Flying Splash, meaning that it's 2 down on the side of the biggest men.
Yeah. Hazard minimum is in a good spot here. They don't really have the specialists to push it. Nope, I lied. Popping the crab, so this is...
They pop the crab and cooler, meaning it's go time. Please do not die to a curling bomb. The crab finds one, almost tries to run over the Zap.
That's not a curling bomb. Zap managed to come up huge, managed to get 2 picks, and get the Rainmaker and Splash and crab. It's a third one as well.
The checkpoint break as well. Meaning Nasar has broken check yet.
Yeah, this match's been just like hero plays on both sides. The Splash on Hazard minimum, managing clutch up there, holding the checkpoint, and Zap doing the same. It's just so back and forth.
Well, Fizzy Bomb took that guy out.
Happens to the best of us. See the biggest man moving up the checkpoint here, and it seems like they might be able to get it this time.
Finally, we've seen our first checkpoint break at over the halfway mark. The bow is fighting for its life in that corner, but the weight breaker says no.
Yeah, nice retake from Hazard minimum. Losing the checkpoint isn't great, but you know, not letting them go further than that is still pretty good. That's decent defense from them. And didn't have to spend too many special
break and check in this game is just a case of is just still getting started, and that's free downside of the biggest men being is now has a little minimum turn to break. They can probably quick pop this and get lead.
Yeah, they got the heavy and
Unless someone dies to curling again.
that's the lead, not by much, but we're still going. 55 points, and you're 2 down, so this is...
Free down
huge
now,
opportunity.
leaving just meaning unless the
This is
Zap
Zap.
flushes up, which it might be.
Yeah, Zap
It
managed
does
to
find the
stop
Rainmaker
at
leaving
26.
just splash.
26 is pretty good. That's enough to win the game, but it's not unbeatable. You know, for me, hub back until it reaches 0. It's really not over until it's over, right? It's it's very slippery map mode. 26 is doable. I believe in them.
Well, let's see here. In my experience, that's how I look at everything. It's not over till it's over, and it is just a Splash who is running for his life.
Okay, nice
But
move
the
there.
Rainmaker
Back
is
up.
only just now leaving base in the last 50 seconds. The missiles, and they're going to the left side. Bit of a bad time to do that, because bit of a bad time to triangle left, considering the whole team did push right, but the Flings are taking a very long time to kill the dualies.
The hitbox and flings is not it. Seems like the... It does that? It seems like the Rainmaker thought they could sneak past the enemy team. They weren't paying attention. Like, the whole blue team was a distraction. They were just gonna run it up the left side, be all sneaky. But unfortunately, they were just looking there and they couldn't make it past. Unless they...
But the Zap is gonna do it!
They managed to make it up, make the jump.
So
That's
close.
gonna bring it to 35.
Only 9 points different, but unfortunately not getting the lead there, I think, cost them the match.
Yeah, if they managed to get the lead there, that would have been really good, but unfortunately it's just stuck in this top left corner now, so there's nothing they can do about
Which is very
that.
easily defendable for the biggest man, I believe.
So that's gonna be game 1 going to the... not the biggest man, has the minimum. Okay.
This is how it has a low minimum. Who won? Yes. Also, I'm just gonna quickly mention the jelly that just came coasting by.
I didn't know that was a thing.
I did not know the answer right now. That was really funny to witness.
I had no idea.
Oh yeah, also car crash in mid.
Yeah, very exciting. That was a very competitive match, actually. Like, the score wasn't the closest thing in the world, but they done a really good showing. Like, the first 3 minutes even was just really scrappy. Plays coming up from both sides, and they were just, like, playing really good defense. The offense was, like, not flawless from both teams. That's okay, because their defense is really good to make up for it, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a feeling if the Splash hadn't have weakened their Zap, he probably could have potentially flipped the lead with the cooler and all the buffs it gives. Potentially.
I think they could have, but I forget who it was, but there's someone waiting up there by the ledge, and they were just gonna pick them
It was
off.
the Heavy who was
the
there,
Heavy.
started shooting and then rotate it.
Yeah, there's a small chance. It's just like a tiny bit mistimed or maybe misguided. Pushing them left is very risky, but you know, almost there. They almost made it. That was a pretty good track from them. 35 is not that far off. 4 more seconds forward, and they would have made it.
But moving on from that game, we are going into Rainmaker Scorch Gorge. Not Rainmaker, Climb with Scorch Gorge. I'm smart.
There you go. Playing with Scorch Gorge. I feel like my predictions right now moving into this match is we're not going to see a basket break for quite a while. With the way the teams are playing, it's just very scrappy, and you know, it might be in it. They're very evenly matched, and until like a big opening comes up. What? Something happened here.
Oh, well, we shall be back shortly as soon as the
we'll be back
gallery
shortly. Alright, so we saw something interesting there. We saw a Vibrilla?
I believe so, yeah.
Thoughts? What do you think about the Vibrilla pick? Is it a sleeper?
Umbrella just doesn't work in this game, that's the problem.
Weren't there patch notes recently? It like functions now.
It doesn't
like,
really
shield.
fix the issue though of netcode. That's my point.
I think it's like been a little bit more reliable, but then even then the damage on Vibrella is just like very scarce. You know, if you miss a single pellet, you do like it's like shooting a Nerf gun at a guy.
It's like it just sort of lacks what it needs.
A little bit of buff, it could be good. That being said, though, it does bring out the Sprinkler and the Tri-Strikes. They've got a splash on the team, so the Sprinkler's like, yeah, Extra paint soul was nice, right? The Tri-Strikes may be good. They can get a nice entry, maybe clear out the flings though.
I suppose.
I see potential.
Yeah,
I mean, don't
Insert-
knock until you try it.
Insert line here that I usually say.
What's the line here? Do I like Wahoo World?
Yes.
Okay. I don't see what that has to do with anything, but we're gonna be moving on to our second match here finally.
It is just my way of just missing your opinions.
Okay, I see how it is.
Anyways, we are seeing a Nautilus, a Gluga, and a Hydro. This is a very interesting comp to be these are some very interesting weapons to be witnessing.
Yeah, I mean the beauty of low level is anything goes. If it shoots, it perks, right? So it's
I
good
suppose. But I mean, we are seeing not a bit more often.
Oh, I was more thinking of the Hydra and the Gluga. Like, there's potential.
Oh yeah, because we don't see it all.
Those are like chef's choices, you know. They're not bad at all. They got the Booyah from both of them. That
They
could
are
be very,
cooking,
very
and
nice.
I could not see anything there.
Tri-Strikes on it. Oh,
And
what?
that
I blinked and has the
what
has got a
a
whole
very quick reverse. Someone pulled out the reverse Uno card.
And they're moving up really quickly. They're getting another pick, and they're gonna dump this ball in. It's gonna start the first push of the game.
Leaving, how it's just a shot, and the Glugas are pulling an Arashi. Just in their base.
I don't get the reference. Manifox has a lot of clams here. They're stuffing them, and they're already down to 53 points. They almost got the ink jet. They're ready. You know, they could use the stall, or they could not. It seems like they're just backing up.
They'd be
which
better
is a
off
good move here.
they're better off holding it and just waiting for a better chance to use it when their whole team's up, and they can actually get another push off it.
Yeah, which is good move by them, backing up and waiting for the team to come back, making sure that they don't, you know, stagger in and lose players.
And the Glugas does find one, almost finds two, but the things that does save their teammate, the things of finding two actually.
The place is coming up huge. They're pushing in. Oh, get that Booyah bomb's gonna shut him down.
Dead.
They really want him
Booyah
dead.
bomb and a pack, bit overkill. But someone did find.
Oh, the shot! Oh, they shot him
finds
huge!
free. Unfortunately, I don't think they're gonna.
They have 0 clams, but those were nice kills.
Very good kills, yes. Clams, no.
Good kills, but unfortunately the team wasn't able to capitalize and get a push in. That would have been really, really nice if they built up their clan economy before moving in, but fortunately they got a little bit ahead of themselves, and those picks are nice to stall, but it's not gonna do much in the long run.
But yes. Yeah, unfortunately they did not have the clams ready for that push. The Glugas just sharking by the ball. Finds and has a wipe out on the side of the biggest men, meaning it's time for hazard level minimum to push again as the try is trying to make its way through the ink.
They got 2 power climbs in there. That's gonna be pretty huge. They've gone down to 53 from 53 to 32. Jet's still active, and they've got some clams coming on the way, so they can keep this going. A few more points in, bringing down 23. That's a pretty good lead. They could win off that.
Definitely. What just happened there?
The try just came up huge. They got 2 as they went down.
And the shot is flashed by another tray, leaving just a Mario.
I see him. Apparently, yeah. Now, this time, they got the picks, they got the specials, they got the clams, finally. So they might be able to make something happen here. One down from Zuko, maybe second? No, second.
Close, but just the Hydra was far in front of the wall. The shot is in a bit of a situation, never mind.
I thought they were falling off the map there.
Yeah,
but
so did I.
They got it back.
I think I can everything. Yeah, I think I just said.
Alright, they managed to break the basket. They've got some clams left. It's a 2v2 situation, so this could be good. If the Splash manages to get the try here, then that may be nice, but they're going to juice the back off and let the teammates come back in, which is pretty good.
Which is a very smart play, especially as the try is up. Well, hi, Glugas.
Hello. Unfortunate.
God!
From the heavens.
Hello, Flingza. Let's see here. Let's see here. Okay, so far, what we've learned is the let's see here. Glugas counters the Splash, then the Flingza counters the Gluga.
Rock, paper, scissors. It's between. Let's go.
The Flingza is holding its missile. It's also holding 7 clams, meaning it can form a ball at basically any point. It does form it. It'll probably use missiles. Yep. And they're now trying to push with 2 down, leaving just the try and the I was gonna say Booyah Bomb. Oh, never mind. The try's dead. Even just the buoy bomb being popped, it's gonna be thrown. They are going for it. They will be able to score it, but will they get the follow up?
Yeah, the biggest men had 2 balls at the ready, and they were, you know, they were gonna get some good points, but unfortunately it just fell apart. I'm not sure by what, but maybe something got behind them and just pushed down. So right now they got 25 seconds, and they need to like get some climbs together, make a power climb if they want to, you know, get into overtime and have a chance at bringing this back.
If I had to yawn, cough, and talk all at once.
Over this roofing painful? They got no power climb, that's gonna be it. Unless they can form something in the next 3 seconds, it's gonna be game going
but no, they only have 4 clams.
Yeah. As a minimum.
What I was gonna say is, before I tripped over everything, I believe what happened there was when the buoy bomb got thrown, just all of hazard level minimum just rushed forward into him.
That's
what it looked like from my perspective.
Yeah, pretty good point on their part. I mean, it's a nice smoke screen. Never really considered the visual aspect of the buoy bomb. Yeah, we see here the last few seconds of the game, they're just struggling to find some clams. They took a interesting fight, and unfortunately they went down, so they just couldn't form that power climb that just didn't give them overtime. Unfortunately, that game does go to as the minimum.
Alright, and we are now heading on to splat zones, Barnacle and Dime.
This is groups round 2. I forgot to update the thing. I'll keep it real. Alright, hold on any second. There we go. Groups round 2.
There it is.
It's the second round out of 3. The splat zones, Barnacle and Dime. What you thinking? Have you played this map yet?
I've played it a few times, unfortunately. I mean, it's just what's the pool stage again from Splatoon 2? The laggy one?
Stage?
Resort one?
No, not Starfish.
The resort one, what's
hotel.
it called?
Oh my god, what is it? I remember I used to play Siege on it. What is it called?
But I'm just gonna Google it.
Yeah, search it up. I got nothing. I lost all my brain cells. You got me right. New Albacore Hotel. Am I right?
New Albacore. I think it was Albacore.
Yeah.
It's just Albacore, but like without any of the flanks.
Yeah, I mean that's just Splatoon 3. They just like. I'm gonna.
Where'd the flanks go? Where are they?
I always gotta choose some choice words, and I'm gonna pass them. But
you are on stream.
Yeah, no, I caught myself. But the maps, they're just like watered down versions of Splatoon 2 and 1. I mean, not terrible, but
they're not. Well, okay, well that depends on a few things.
All right, which one do you think is terrible? And it can't be the one with the W in it.
Oh, what, talking about just Splatoon 3 maps in general? Like, not like that. I'm gonna ignore Splatoon 1. Okay, I'm gonna ignore the Splatoon 2 maps because we all know I don't like Wahoo. The worst map? God, I despise Hammerhead.
What? Alright, the biggest men, they're down 0-2 in the set, I think.
And the double missiles are back.
I see the vision. It's a lot of paint. The reflux, the flings, the
hello,
swig.
Big Swig.
Yeah, that's gonna be a lot of paint up it.
I can see the vision. I can see him cooking. As the Big Swig finds the shot, it's a 2v2. The reflux strike. Yeah, the flux was striking in the zone. Don't know why.
Yeah, they took a bit of a risky fight and it didn't pay off very well. So the blue managed each gets 2 picks, but they jumped back in and it's about even right now.
The Big Swig is going to their side.
I don't see this one.
Nope, bump any stuff.
Unfortunate. Well, they had a good flank there. They just didn't go off the sneak part, so run back. They might be able to get it next time. Oh, we were looking and managed to capture the zone.
I guess that's the benefit of their comp.
Yeah,
And it's now a 2v2. The shot and splash are gonna have a bit of a 1v1. As here comes the curling bomb and the Zuka, very close to killing Splash. As they do. Well, found someone.
I think their vision could be fully completed if they switched it for the vanilla Big Swig. That ink deck could fully complete the zone.
I can definitely see.
We could go hard.
I'm not the only one who saw that, right?
A little lag. That's just Splatoon 3. We can sweep it under the rug, pretend like it didn't happen.
Yeah. I just got confused. Hello, Lucas.
Hey, Glucose still on
anyways,
two. You're getting a lot of kills. That's what, 3 they've got?
I think it was that was like 3 or 4 streak. I can't really tell.
I think they're on like a big streak, but just like in those 4 seconds, they managed to get a bunch of kills, and they've just been doing really, really good. I was skeptical about the Gluga pick, I'll be honest, but they've been doing really, really well.
Yeah, the Glugas is definitely a. It's definitely what you can pick. I wouldn't say it. That was such a near miss for the inkjet.
Ooh, we jetpack. Alright, 25 ticks left on the clock. They've got to make a move now and quickly if they want to get in here. The Swig can maybe sneak around and cap the zone. It could happen, but with 2 down, 3 down, and 4 down. There we go.
Just all going into their pit one by one there at the end.
Yeah, it's gonna be go for fast minimum. I see the vision, but
I can see it too. I definitely think the Big Swig might have been better.
The main thing is just like they lack a little bit of aggression, right? Like they got the Flux and they got the Plainza, the Swig, like.
And yeah, their only real aggro there was the shot, which would have, I would have said probably actually running Vac would have been good for the shot.
I don't think Vac would have like saved it. Like maybe they wanted just like lots of like paint heavy. I gotta say, I probably need another shooter.
Yeah, definitely no shooter would be.
Yeah, shooters are like glue to comps in this game. Kinda need them. Like, I'm not recommending Junior, but like if you really wanted to go all in on paint, Junior would have been that choice. It can aggress if it needs to.
I suppose.
I'm not recommending. I'm just thinking high painter, and it's not gonna be aerospray.
I'm just thinking to myself, either that or Zap because cooler is cooler.
Underrated opinion, but I think gold aerospray is viable, and it's
Oh, okay then. With that, we shall see you all shortly for round 3.
So you hate me.
All. Okay then. All right. All. Ugh. I'm stumbling on my words tonight. Okay. All right then, and welcome back to round 3 of from the Ink Up week 36.
Nope, 38. Good try.
38. I'm smart. I was looking at the number 6.
You know, I appreciate the attempt. We got a good spicy round 3 match for you here. We got. Can you say the first team name for me?
Hold on, what? There's so many A's I can't tell where it starts and where it ends.
We got team versus team Girl Dinner here.
What are they, pirates?
Oh, I think this is the state of pickups in this game. It's interesting. There are some pretty good teams. We got Zlook, the only name I recognize. And nope, Breaks too. Zlook Breaks on side of Rah. And we got all the best commentators in Seattle on Girl Dinner. Saf, Imad's on Seattle. That was Fusion. Commentators. It's commentators. They're the good ones. They're on Girl Dinner. Anyways.
Oh, I just read. Okay, well, you know, Yes, and let's complain about that later. We are starting off round 3 on Inkblot TC.
Personally, I think this map is terrible and we should have never added it, but I think people would disagree with me. So we're here.
We should have never added Wahoo World back.
We didn't. I lost the fight against the other TOs. I couldn't play
Good.
back. You just hate me for who I am.
Sure, let's go with that. Anyways, yes. I like this map. Moving on, we have a BP. They have a
Squiffer.
for her. They are cooking. And a Forge.
Squiffer stocks are up. You know, they got a lot of Ninja Squid. Those point testers is going to be, you know, very, very valuable. See, it's marked a bunch of them there. And also the bubble, since tower control, it might be useful, especially against the Jet. Since it's got the not so recent buff to counter special damage. Yeah. No, I meant like the bubble buff to make it better against Jet.
Yeah, I know, that's what I was referring to.
Yeah, you got me. We see a Girl Dinner already going 3 down, so this is a huge opening for to move up.
With the yeah, especially with the try find the pick on the zap, that's gonna delay their cooler, and cooler got popped a little far away. And what is the shot cooking?
The Sealook was way out in the middle of nowhere. They went super far up. Maybe he got a few picks. I have no idea. I couldn't even see them in the camera. They were extremely aggressive, and unfortunately didn't pay off.
Something happened there. I can't even tell you what happened. The try just appears out of thin air, picking off the heavy on a Girl Dinner. That's a weird name, but okay.
I don't think the name is weird. I think it's a good name. We're a fan of the Girl Dinner on FTIU here. The Jet just got 2?
Attack is going off. He's gonna try and find the third. Runs out of range, but the guy moved anyway, so I think it's fine.
Yeah, even if they don't kill anyone, it's as long as they displace them, it's good enough. It's still value from the special. So I read
Zuka has been used as a Ramaga is getting ready to break second check.
Yeah, they're this is a really strong push. They're way up in their spawn. They've got specials ready. Girl Dinner's got nothing to respond with. They got the cooler soon, but it's not really. Yeah, not really a retake. Pack's gonna come out of here.
So funny. Oh, Pack's here.
Oh.
Never mind, Pack's dead. Bob killed it. What happened? I don't even know what happened.
Beats me. The try's still there though, the last one, and someone was going to try and Swiffer. We tried to win against Swiffer, and this is probably going to be them breaking that last checkpoint and not coming out, unless something happens here. The try runs out of ink though, loses the fight, so it's going to be a 2v4 situation.
They have broken check, and they're slowly approaching that end. The gal is going to back. It's going to go in that corner. I think he wanted to still try and fight, but is now being forced to back off.
Yeah, and we see Girl Dinner come back and paint up their core, the bats and everything, just getting more control back into mid, slowly pushing back in, but they need some specials to get in, and the only one that they've really got is that, like, the Booyah Bomb, but they can maybe use the doubler aggressively, but besides that, there's not much that they can do. The try, gets a nice few kills, but doesn't finish the kill on the Forge, so it's not that bad for Girl Dinner.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, no, it's definitely a case of the forcing them to use Booyah was still a lot of value out of it, and furthermore they still found the kill, and that shot was moving.
Yeah, unfortunate for Goldminer, just like they don't have much to get in with. They've got a Wave Breaker, a Cooler, a Booyah Bomb, and a Bubbler. It's a little bit difficult for them to get in one of these specials besides
especially
the
with them not really having a
everything.
dedicated front line.
I suppose Zap, once it's cooled up, it could do pretty well as front line. It's the recent buffs it could do a lot. It's got, what was it, 3 mains worth of NPU from Splatoon 2. Anyway, shot RNG is nice now. Oh, it's good. It's a nice shot.
What a shot! But it's forced to back off tower.
And that shot's gonna come in from behind and manage to get the kill. It's gonna be 3 down again for Goldminer, so they've managed to start a push. There's 16 points. It's a work in progress for sure. It's not exactly game winning, but you know, it's the start of something, and I think that's good. With a minute left, they gotta get something more going though. It's running out of time.
And the pack only barely missing its kill on the heavy, and found himself in a very interesting fight, and that is a wipe on the side of Raga.
Yeah, first time Goldminer's managed to get a wipe here, and that's gonna be, oh, I mean, 30 seconds left. This might be their one and only push. They've got to make this one stick. So what they're doing now, getting a bunch of kills up there in bats, claim control, and pushing up into their spawn. It's
Two are down. However, Forge does also go down. Sap does try to fight the try, but finds the try. It's actually staggered too as the Raw is coming in one by one. Effectively, the Gal is gonna have to fight the Swiffer. It's doable.
There's a chance here. They're running out of specials. The heavy does go down. It's 3v4 situation here, but they got a bubble, and if they can manage to get this on the tower and win against the try, oh, unfortunately not. But they had a chance there. It wasn't
very close.
It wasn't doomed. It was close. For the first 4 minutes, it was like heavily dominated by but they brought it back in the end. Go better, almost. They unfortunately couldn't fully pull it off, but they got like good amount of mileage.
Yeah, the ending is definitely a little too close if you were a Raga.
Yeah, they got it down to 22. I would not feel comfortable being Ra there.
They got it slightly lower. They got it to 18 actually, which is no, 16.
16.
Which is only barely above where they were.
All the A's on the screen. Yeah, a tiny bit more, and that could have been game growing girl dinner. So, you know, despite the first few minutes of having people real stopping, they had a pretty good shot moving into the last minute there. I think with a few comp changes, like I believe this is their Riptide team. That's my guess. They're playing together at LAN later in September.
Zero clue.
This is just my guess because pickups and such. But
yeah, speaking of Riptide, I shall also be there along with Impulse.
Oh, no. I've never been to a LAN. I don't think well, I'm not going this year, that's for sure. Way too late for me. But yeah, if they make some changes to their comp, I think like they were all very skilled. Like we saw Imed there with the X rank badge. I know NA, it's not like something like Gaka, but it's still pretty impressive to have that. Like they've got the skills. I just think they needed more ways to get in, and besides getting coolered up and taking fights, right? They just needed something to brute force it, because it's Splatoon 3. You can't just
you need something to basically break the enemy team and make them move.
So I might say about something like Splash, or maybe swapping the Zap for maybe a T-Tac if you like shooters. I don't know, Squiffer maybe for the Reflux. It's close enough, right? Get those missiles.
Sort of.
Charge it and you shoot a thing and it kills the guy. Why not, right?
I mean, you're close enough. But yes, we are heading onto Rainmaker Undertow, which is most certainly a map.
Rainmaker Undertow is my favorite map of all time. I counterpick this and I always lose, but I love it. It's my favorite. So, I think it's the stream on because they do have some changes. Rain, I think it's underrated. It's a pretty good entry. Hey, it covers a lot of space and forces them to move, even if it's a little bit subtle. But also, more importantly, they've got the machine, which is like very, very aggressive. And, well, maybe not anymore, but it's got a lot of power, and they can, enter into that.
But as we saw the try just comes, just booking it in, basically hyped up on caffeine, and finds 2 of them, allow them to break through that first check as we watch the shot almost walk off the mid.
Yeah, super unfortunate what happened there in mid. It's just
What happened?
Zuko? I don't even know.
I don't know how two people died.
No, me neither. That's okay. I was saying is in mid is unfortunate. Like this machine after the nerfs, it's like needs a lot of babysitting, and they just need to like watch over the machine, enable the machine, make sure it can go and get those aggressive plays in, make sure it doesn't just get like stuck in the ink. They're pushing right here. That's an interesting play. Maybe they can get the checkpoint, but unfortunately they get taken out by Zuka.
Yeah, I'm gonna going back to earlier when we were talking about C-Jet. I think I'm gonna mention V-Jet for backing because we are on Undertow. Your 2 pushing routes both cover, or all 3 possible routes cover uninkables.
I wouldn't recommend back in good faith. Still, it's a very
it is worth a try, is what I'm saying.
I think C-Jet is the pick here. If they want to go a jet, it would be the custom one. It's Rain does about the same thing, forces them to move off of that uninkable. It doesn't protect the guy, but makes them like not be in range to shoot the guy.
I suppose. Also, but we went past that the Rainmaker is once again back in the hands of the Yellow. I'm done saying their name. And the jet does slightly stall the push. Cooler has been used. Let's try attempts to pop it. I believe they're gonna let the returning shot try and pick it up, or that might have been the concept. If I had to guess, but yeah, one of them does go down, being is once again in time for Grodin to push out and never mind. Shots back anyways.
Yeah, shots back, managed to find one, doesn't quite manage to finish up the kill on the C-Jet, so it's gonna be a 2v2 here, and Grodin is gonna be able to push back into mid. They got their buoy at the ready, and they just popped their rain, so they've got some momentum here, and they might be able to make something happen off of it. They need to watch out for that ball point on the top right. It's been picking them off time after time. Unless they can just run past it here on the left.
Yeah, this is a very close match, meaning it is very breakable, especially if someone can kill the try, but no one's able to kill it just in time, meaning they have lost rain, and BP is investing pack into this. However, we still do have over a minute left in this match.
Yeah, they unfortunately didn't watch out for the flank. They were a little bit too hasty, weren't able to protect the Rainmaker carrier, which is like, the thing you gotta do. But it's okay. If they watch out for flanks, they can easily bring this back. 63 to 60 is very, very close. All they need to do is pop that checkpoint and move it an inch forward, and they got that lead. And that'll make them be able to tie up the set.
As the jet runs in, runs backwards, keeping alive. They might be able to do it here if they can just get rid of the gal.
Yeah, the Zap went up real far ahead, and the machine is kind of struggling to get any ground there. Unfortunately, everyone else goes down. That leaves just the Rainmaker, and that's a full wipeout on the side of Girlbinner.
Yeah, which it's definitely recoverable from, but however, at this point in the game, it is getting a bit dicey with how they're going down, especially going down 1 by 1 or 2 by 2, or just all dying at once. That also works.
Yeah. Second wipe is really, really not good for them. When you die, you lose a bunch of special charge, and like we said earlier, you need that to get back in. There's no way besides specials. So they've lost a lot of that charge, and they can't stop this push. The tries running it across. Oh, they're gonna knock it out? Oh, they got a third knockout.
For a third wipeout into a knockout as the try just, I think, squid rolled around someone.
I said a third knockout, it's over for me. Third wipeout, and that's gonna lead them to a knockout. This is really, really well played by there at the end. They I don't know, 3 wipeouts in a row is wild. I don't know how that happened.
Which was quite something.
Falco's just sent me a screenshot of ADs from the Inkblot games and 4 comms. I don't know if he wants me to read this off. I think someone asked.
I mean, if we can get approval from them, sure, Element is free to read them. But
we're only going to talk about the good KDs here. Saka, the 52 gal in the Inkblot game, they were making a lot of aggressive plays, and you know, it kind of reflects in the KD. They went 16-6 with 5 whales, so they're putting in the work. And
very nice KA.
And the Tri-Slosher as well. Like, I don't have the numbers for this game. Oh, now I do. But last game they went 17-8 with 3 cores, and they were also putting in the work. They were a real issue in the Rainmaker game. They just kept flanking, and they couldn't deal with, you know.
Yeah, it's definitely a case of just. I say having their 2 basically backline is definitely hurting them the most. Because with that, it's basically if either the Zap or the machine goes down, they lose out quite heavily on like pressure, or at least frontline pressure is what I mean by that.
I think the Squipper can be played aggressively, and it's possible to use the bubble as an offensive special too. It's just like easier to contest. It's the Squipper.
Yeah,
there's just a lot of pressure
I agree
to hit the shots. I think their comp is a lot more improved since the first time. Now they got the C-Jet and the Zap. Those will be able to paint the map really, really well, and the other 2 shouldn't really have an issue as long as the C-Jet and Zap manage to support them. So I think comp-wise they're okay. It's not the best in the world, but it works definitely.
Yeah, but I'll agree there. Also, yes, and for our last match, we are heading onto Clamblitz Museum di Alfonsino, one of my all-time favorite maps.
I forgot to change the winners thing, so it said hazard of minimum 1 round 2. We're gonna ignore that and move on to game 3. Oh, we see the machine switch out for the V shot, so they're gonna be a little bit more independent and able to make plays in the zone. Is that a CDS? That is a CDS.
We're also seeing, yes, that is. That's a CDS. We're also seeing a heavy deco.
These teams are full of surprises, gotta say. CDS is a pick that I particularly like. It's I think chump stocks are up huge right now. I don't know if you agree with me or if you're gonna call me dumb, but I think chumps are just like.
I can see chumps working, assuming I can see them working. I've seen people diet them more now. I still haven't dieted.
I have.
Well, L, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, that's me. I don't know. They feel very strong. It's like you can't ignore them anymore, because if you ignore them, they chip you, and then you get comboed and you die. You shoot them, then you're not shooting the enemy, and that gives them a chance to shoot you, right? So I don't know. It feels very, very good to fight against right now.
Right, and also I should note in the first push a line team now has pushed to 36.
Yeah, 36 is a very, very strong push, especially in a museum. It's easy to snowball things in the museum as well, because, you know, you only need to contest at this one little choke. But 36 is, again, it's strong. That was a very, very good showing from them.
Also, quick mentioning chumps. Yes, chumps are, especially with their damage now, and even if they kill anyone, they now they also give a bunch of paint. Yeah, which, as we're seeing here, is really working to a Lime team's benefit.
Yeah, I think it's what Missile should have been. They just need 2 more clams, and the Tri-Slosher has it. They could jump in, you know, end it all right now.
Try throwing them up instead as one of them jumps out. Try can still score him. Only gonna score.
Let's get the knockout.
Oh, that was basically 100-0.
Yeah, a little bit of a intermission in the middle, but yeah, that was very decisive. They got in, did the thing, left. That was pretty quick.
Very decisive and very quick.
I didn't think the Char would make it up there. They were like, it was just Zelik on the CDS up there. They threw the clams, so they should have known that they were like coming at the block, but they just managed to sneak right past and dump those 2 clams and then knock it out. Wow.
Yeah, in the replay, the shot looks at him, shoots him, but then looks away, which is interesting.
It's unfortunate. I think it's just whenever okay, so I switched to Zap recently because I'm boring and I play whatever's good.
Mm-hmm.
And I played Shot a lot, and I played Gal a lot, and I played Splat. I already said Splash. I played something. Anyway, it was hard for me to adjust from how long it takes to kill. I'd like instinctively I'd shoot someone, hear the ticks, and think, oh yeah, they're dead. I just look away. So it might have just been a case of that muscle memory. Let's see. Well, anyway,
I suppose, you know.
great chunk from Scream Team. Rio, very, very decisive over Guilt Dinner. Not to say it wasn't close, and this isn't like the sugarcoating thing the commentators do. It genuinely was a very close set. Like that first game, it could have gone to anyone despite the first few minutes. That second game, it was off by like 2 points until I'm not sure how that happened, but those back-to-back wipeouts just really, really set Guilt Dinner on the back foot. And then the third game, I can't really argue for that one, but it was a good set regardless.
But the first two were indeed very close.
I'm not sure what happened in the third one. It was just unfortunate. It's a snowballing map mode. It's like I'm gonna compare it to TC Sturgeon and I'm gonna be wrong, but that's what makes sense in my head right now.
Fair enough.
It's snowballing. You get it going. It's kind of hard to stop it. If you stagger in like twice, it's kind of over for you, and that did happen. It's not very forgiving. So yeah, very well played from both sides. Again, Rio doesn't accurately tell a story of what happened here. It was actually a really, really good match. So, congrats both teams. I believe Scream Team will be going up to gold bracket. Let's see.
I believe so.
I mean, it makes sense to me. They were doing really good. What we got? It's so far down. All right, we got Scream Team going up to gold bracket. Girl Dinner moving down to silver. So yeah. But these teams will have a run in bracket moving forward. No one's getting out of the tournament just yet, so we'll have some more matches to play. But for us, for now, we'll stop like rambling, because we know you don't care, and we'll go ahead and leave you alone for a little bit while we see the brackets. So take 10 minutes, waiting for every match to finish up, and then we'll be back soon with the gold bracket matches.
Yeah, and so, and along with that, you will also be getting a new set of commentators.
I thought we had one more match, but anyway.
Do we have one more match?
I thought we had one right after. It's same thing. Because I know one of the commentators is playing right now. So I think they had plans to sub out with two. I don't know. Okay, we'll be back. Goodbye.
Who knows? We'll figure it out later. John.
Hello and welcome back to From the Ink Up Week 38. I'm El and joined by lovely Kaiser who shows up once in a blue moon on the mic. And we're back for a gold bracket. Yeah, for one round of it, we're replacing ourselves with real better commentators later, so you don't have to put up with us for too long. But first we're gonna watch some good matches. Those are the wrong rosters. We're gonna look at the maps instead. So it's gonna be Squid Sushi versus Cooldown, and it's gonna be on the maps Splat Zone Zumami, Dot Control Nako, and Rainmaker Up Back Pump Track. So starting with Zone Zumami, what do you think? I think it's good. Am I wrong? I play Fling. I play Fling though. I love Captain the Zone one flick, you know? It's this nice like rectangle. It's perfect for me. I hit the thing and then it works and I get the zone, you know? Yeah, I forgot about that. It's like nice flank, you could like jump up through a snipe, it was great. But there's like these like leader players that like Rusty and Musty would like bad breath and they were like on these weird to get places. Yeah, they were on the signs. I have a acronym. I have an acronym to share. Anyway, we're gonna move. Yeah. It's a good one. Alright. So against Kuchushi versus Cooldown, we're gonna see what they got here. That's not what I expected. So Kuchushi's recently someone forgot the Splatfest shirt. They recently got a new roster, so it's gonna be interesting. Got Cider on the E leader, and of course they got the Zap Fizzles with this meta, and oh, but unfortunately 3 go down to the crab, and it's not looking too good right off the bat.
We might be starting to see more rapid deco slowly.
Kaiser, I might be stupid. I left you muted for like a minute and a half, and I've been talking to myself the whole time.
Bruh, what did I do wrong?
Nothing, I just forgot to press the button, it's over for me.
Okay then, well, as I was going to say, yeah, deco, rapid deco we might be seeing more of in the future, I think. It's not a bad pick for an inkjet weapon. Especially when you wanna run a more backlineless comp.
Yeah, we see Squid Sushi moving up here. They managed to neutralize the zone, so this might be their chance to get back in. It's gonna like give them a little bit of time to, well, since neutralize is not ticking down the clock, so they got some time to move back in. I already said that. We see Fall here on the dualies fighting this splash. They almost managed to get the kill, but they don't manage to close it out. So unfortunately, they're gonna go down. But the team managed to come through, and they do capture the zone. Yes. Yeah. So it's gonna give a 49-point penalty over to Cooldown, and it's gonna get them nice 17 points.
Also, fun fact about the penalty: its max penalty you can get in this is a penalty of 137.
Really? How?
Recon. You can just let it keep going, so you can figure it out. So yeah, your maximum penalty you can get in this mode is 137.
Oh, where now? Oh, that was a nice snipe from the jet. They managed to pick up the leader. But out comes another jet from Squid Sushi, so they're pushing back in here. They managed to get this
the counter jet.
Of course. I mean, what else? That leader's gonna get set up on top mid, which is gonna be really scary, but they managed to get them off top mid with the Zuka, so it's not even, and they pushed back in super quickly, and they got the zone again. Squid Sushi just barely broke the penalty.
Yeah, it's been back and forth to try finding. Okay, sure. Try finding a pick on the squeezer through the pillow. And I believe, yep, Crab use on right zone. Try is jumping out. It's probably gonna wait for his teammates to come back and then use Pack to push in, but they don't have a lot of time left.
Yeah, I mean, 36 ticks and a little bit of penalty is not a lot of time, but they've got a good 2 pushes left in them. If they manage to neutralize the zone and maybe cap it, they'll buy themselves a lot more time. They just kind of need to like play more together, like get their special, like yeah, play around that cooler, get in, hop into the special with it, and take on some fights together, and to get back into that zone. But 10 ticks left, they gotta make a run for it now. At this point, strategy doesn't matter, you just gotta go kill them dead, otherwise you're not gonna be able to get that zone. Unfortunately, though, they don't make it in time.
Unfortunately, they do not do that. Meaning, the first game goes to cooldown.
That was a very, very like decisive game from cooldown. They how do I put it? They played very, very well that game. Like since usually managed to get back in at times, but they were immediately pushed back. Like cooldown would give them just enough space, and then immediately work together and just get them back out, and keep them in that choke, and that's the game really. They had a really, really strong offense and a really strong defense. I don't know. Played super well.
And next we're heading on to TC Maka. Oh boy.
What's wrong?
Memories are coming back.
Oh, what memories?
Low Ink March.
What happened in Low Ink March, guys? You never told the story on the FTAU stream before.
I've told it like 3 separate times.
I know, I've heard it 3 separate times.
Yes, the memories here. My last Low Ink. It was incredibly stupid.
Did you win it?
Technically, yes, but also technically, you know, it was a draw.
What? Ruined finals of Low Ink?
Well, we got banned, but it was a case of Red Sun and Twisted Time shared first place. So, yes, we won. No, we didn't. So, draw.
I've never heard of a tied first place in my life.
It's on the records for the website.
Hey, really? Hold on.
But yeah,
it's all for me, I want to find out.
But yeah, while he looks that up, I can ramble about Mako TC. I like it, it's fun.
Record's not on the website, you lied to me.
There's a website about it for the records from IPL.
I know, I was on the website. I searched up March and I didn't find a single one.
Okay, anyways, yeah, I was saying, I like Thing. This map is fun. If you're a frontline, you can jump onto basically their left side and just force them to go right. Then you can just let some other dude kill them. Or if you're on Wiper, you just rush hard right.
Ooh, right around the corner. This crab managed to get a nice pick.
The crab.
Yeah, the chip in that is Zully's there, so that's a really nice grab from the Splash there. Something managed to clean up with the Squeezer. So, you know, cooldown again, they're just pushing up really, really far in.
And Zuka finding a nice kill onto one of the members of Squid Sushi. Taking out one of the. That was incredibly weird to watch.
Sorry, spec cam was terrible. I heard knocking. Anyway, Blue's gonna push up here, manage to shred that crab and get the pick, which is, you know, pretty nice play, except they lose their special charge, which is a little bit unfortunate. They could use that crab to force an entry for Squid Sushi. Squeeze's just holding up this right stack here, which is in pretty good position. They got the wall up, they got a lot of range, you know, quick kill time.
Getting incredibly close to Zuka as well.
Yeah, it's good area now. Let's see what they can do with that Zuka once it comes out here. Oh, I never noticed the leaders switched to the splat charges, so they got the ink back, which they could. Yeah, there it goes.
Try his. Well, here comes the back, meaning that. All so close to getting to a very nice flick shot from the Zuka.
Yeah, out comes the crab here. They get a bunch of hits, but they don't manage to get the kill on whatever that was on the left side, and they pop the crab in response. Let's see if they can get it.
Crab.
Unfortunately, they don't manage to get anything before they go down. So
Switchy's a little bit. I think it was the zap though.
Yeah. They're a little bit staggered here. They're kind of going alone, taking fights also alone, and they're having a little bit of difficulty getting in. 77's, no, they don't have lead. I lied. Switchy's popping this jet here. They're pressuring the guy in the Booyah Bomb. They don't manage to shred it before where the big bomb goes off, but that's okay. They're taking a fight with this machine on the right. Unfortunately, they just get, you know, outranged this machine after all. So, cooldown's in a pretty good position to push. Unless there's a flank there, which there is, and Zap managed to get, what, 3?
Something like that, yeah, it looked like it.
That's
and
unfortunate.
Cooler gets sent straight out of the map.
I don't think they needed it, they're just that confident. Yeah, good play
Back
by
here, as
Zap
they
there.
break through that first check, a nuke going off in their base. The pack almost finding a pick on one, very close to it, but the wall is gonna save Squeezer. The cooler is now back.
Yes, Good Sushi doing a pretty good job here. They're pushing down 50, not exactly a comfortable lead yet, but they're still going. You want to get around, like, probably past this checkpoint and breakfast, and it's a pretty safe lead, so they haven't exactly got it, but they're making good progress. Maybe they're soon enough.
47, I said, while it's not the best in the world, it is certainly a good position where you can defend.
Lead's a lead, I mean, I would complain about it. You see the dualies here sharking, they try to get a kill, they do get one, they get two.
Finds two.
Pop the back to support the dualies, and
comes
dualies still going.
which is gonna...
Oh, Squeeze is so low. Fortunately, they can't close up the kill.
Nope. But
Nope.
but a try does find the Squeezer. Not Squeezer, the other machine.
Yeah, that thing.
Sorry, I'm a little delirious.
The jet comes out and unfortunately got killed by something while it was in midair. So right now it's a 3v2 situation. They've got the tower pushed up pretty far forward. It's you know, if the teammates can give them jumps, they can maybe continue to push. But
as the try only barely rolls out of the way of the Zuka, and that is what.
Charge to collat.
Three of them.
Saturn got 2 with 1 shot and managed to clear up the entire left side. I was about to say it was going to be like a really bad situation for Squishy. They went something down. A lot of people died, but Saturday managed to even up the playing field again. Really nice collat, and you know, keeps it going for Squishy.
And with that cooldown is now slightly staggered, and the vacuum's coming back out just to basically deny them a certain area. Finds almost another kill onto it. I think that was the Zap. The pack does go down, unfortunately, as we enter into the last 10.
Looks like 47's going to be the final push for Squid Sushi there. That's going to be what they're content with. They're not going to try to push it any further. They do have the crab ready for a defense, so, you know, right now it's in overtime. They just got to impress the tower, get them off the thing, and hop on.
Machine finds one, machine finds two.
Oh, the Zuka got the crab as well. There are 3 down. It's a full wipeout on the side of Squid Sushi. That's going to be pretty much game. There's no way Squid Sushi
definitely lead trains.
Cooldown in the last seconds of the match, and it just to get the lead from grip of Squid Sushi just barely. Wow.
I guess the main thing that caused it to happen was all of Squid Sushi be just focusing that top left area instead of kind of spreading out.
Yeah, the Zuka, like, oh, it wasn't camera, I was gonna say I missed it. But they managed to get that crab, which was the only special that they had for defense, and that was huge. If the crab managed to stay active there, they could have stalled for a few more seconds, team could have respawned, and they could have just jumped on the tower, but, you know, because of a really nice Zuka shot, Cooldown manages to get the win from Skishushi, and that's a 2-0. So this is, there's an error on the stream earlier. This is the elimination stage. That is the wrong team as well. But, this does mean Squidchushi's run is done for the night. That's it. Cooldown moves on to,
Top 8 it should be.
Quarterfinals? That's quarterfinals. Quarterfinals, you know, with a pretty convincing, first set.
Alright then. And so with that end, that should now finally be the end from me and Elemental.
Freedom at last.
But yes. Quickly to wrap things up. You find both our Twitters on the title card, or whatever we call it. I forget.
I don't know. I'm switching it right now, so it's not gonna be there. Guess what? There's better commentators. Look at these two, Sadogast and Sofa King.
Cool.
Sofa are gonna be your commentators for the rest of the gold bracket. So we'll be back soon to the round 2, with some smarter people. So, you know, don't click off. We'll be back soon.
Jenna.
Hello and welcome back to From the Ink Up Week 38. We are picking up right where Elemental and Kaiser left off, bringing you some gold bracket round 2 action. My name is Sofa King, captain of the Whip Rays and occasional TO when I feel like it, and I'm here with my co-host, Saito Gas. Why don't you tell us about yourself, Saito?
Hi. I'm here. I'm really excited to see this set. It's been a great tournament thus far. Can't wait to see what these next two teams have to offer here in Gold Bracket from the Cup.
It has been. We've had some close sets here, but for this upcoming match, only 8 teams remain in this single elimination bracket. And this round, just like the last one, is best of 3. So let's chat a little bit about these two teams. We've got Axolotl Anarchy in the last From the Ink Up 2 weeks ago. They came in second in silver bracket, but here they are in top 8 in gold. Do you think this is their ceiling, or do you think they're going to go any further?
Definitely always good to see some definitive improvement, especially when you're in a low-level tournament. It's good to see that you're just at least making it up higher. If I were Axolotl Anarchy, I would at least be glad that we have definitive proof that what we are doing to improve is working. But I definitely hope for sure that this is their ultimate comeback and are able to take the gold bracket here. But of course, MK's got their own plans that I'm sure they're going to try their best to hold their spot in the games they have against them.
Most definitely. And MK doesn't have the From the Ink Up history that Axolotl does, but both these teams, I think, have a good shot at it. Taking a look at these comps here, for Axolotl, we've got, I saw a shot there, we've got Wiper on the side of MK, and we're getting ready to go on Manta Clams. What's going to be the key to victory on a map mode like this?
Definitely on this map mode, Leader can dominate mid from the perch alone. They're going to need to, for sure, use their specials to take out the Leader and push in specifically if they're going to have any hope of moving through there.
Even if they can just displace the Leader, that'll be crucial, but you do see one in MK going around the Wiper is going to be able to cause some havoc there, taking down one, giving them an early advantage. Let's see if they can move with it, though. The Clams, early on, are on the side of MK. What do you like about Alex's play there early on?
Very nice plays here from MK. They seem to have played up rather patiently, which was a nice way to get some clams at the start, but it seems as though Axolotl Anarchy was able to work around that, and actually they go 2 down, so the patient play actually does work out, and they do have the clams to support this push if they do continue on here to score the power clam.
Works splendidly, and that hammer does get a trade there, but they've actually canceled this hammer twice now, so both teams still kind of locked in this neutral setting here. I'm looking at the special comps here, and we've got a lot of aggressive specials. We've got, double strikes on the side of Axolotl. I think a lot is going to rely on that Zuka, though. What about you?
For sure. If they want to have a decent hope of a definitive pick on the Leader, which just happened, by the way, this is their chance to push in now and potentially score some clams. But yeah, very fast comps. The most passive one is on Leader, but that's to be expected.
And IDRC getting a nice pick with the Galugas there, trying to trade around the clams to get a score going. And Axolotl will be scoring first in this game. The strikes are going to come out, not really finding any ground there. I see a lot of purple, though, as 2 will go down for Axolotl. That may be all the points that they get for now, as the hammer gets a 3rd. And the bucket completes the wipe there. Not a bad push, but you need more than 77 on Manta, don't you?
For sure. They definitely want to prevent the double power clam with Pity. That's for sure a good thing to score under 60 here. It's a bit of a rushed push, but now they're on defense. So let's see how they are able to handle this wiper that's going to be on their perch here.
You see the splash going down. The wiper getting a little too aggressive as MK seems to be staggering slightly here in mid, but not a lot of movement up front in response from Axolotl. You see the Galugas trying to set up. You're going to want to see those strikes used in a careful way. The leader's coming back and could be in a good position. IDRC, is going to go down to the strikes, and we're kind of deadlocked in this neutral setting again. What does MK need to do to break in here?
MK definitely needs to play off of the slosher that just went down. That's the pretty long-ranged weapon they have that isn't slow like Glugas, and Glugas actually just went down too, so now there's only the shooters that are up, and they do get one of the shooters back, so they should definitely be pushing at this point.
This is a pretty crazy hammer pick on the wall, but it looks like Axolotl is able to kind of shove them out once again. That hammer keeps getting trades, and I think that hammer needs to be getting clean picked.
There's actually a shark behind them right now just waiting by the power clam. It seems as though they want the jump here to maybe get a sneaky power clam, and that's exactly their plan.
Ari's jumping in with the power clam. Now the leader's going to be in an interesting spot here. They do get the score. They do take the lead. The strikes are going to come out. Wow, that was a nice play on the side of MK, and now that puts the pressure on Axolotl. What did they have to do to turn the tides here?
Even though it was a pretty surprising play and it did get them lead, it didn't get them the strongest of leads, and now Axolotl Anarchy has 2 power clamps, and they're actually jumping to the basket immediately. So even if they do go down a lot here, they should be able to at least get. They only got 1 power clamp, and so they're not able to take lead, unfortunately. But the game is still very, very close, only 1 point difference.
Yeah, we couldn't quite see what happened up front and why that other one may have missed, but the tie there being crucial, giving that 1 point away. However, I mean, the next power clam going in the basket is probably going to decide the winner here. And with 2 going down for Axolotl, MK should be able to accelerate back through mid. And you got to imagine that Axolotl has the eyes out for the sneakiness, right? I don't know. Do you think they can pull it off again? What do you think?
For sure, these 2 teams seem very, very even. So it's all down to the minute plays here. It's all down to your decision making and who you choose to go after. For sure, I think MK could break through. They're actually still pretty even. Both are only 1 down.
We did see a trade underneath MK's basket. The Zuko player will go down as Axolotl's desperately trying to, get the jumps back in, trying to hold mid, but they need to be doing a little more than that. They need to get a push going as the Galugas will go down. 2 will go down there. Spamming this way is IDRC. Oh, I'm sorry, it's the Galugas getting picks, not going down, excuse me. The jump is coming in for the power clam. This is going to be the lead for Axolotl. How many more clams can they get in? But that basket ain't going to close. And wow, overtime, the final clam, game 1 goes to Axolotl. That one was close. What did you like there from our favorite little sea creatures?
For sure, I like the insinuation that this is definitely going to get a game 3. There's no way. These 2 teams are very close from what we've seen there. They have their own tactics that counter each other, but they're in no way the same. They play completely differently, but yet it's good to see some real back and forth between the matches, especially for clams.
I'm with you, and it was refreshing to see a team with a leader, which you typically expect to be a little bit slower, pull off those sneaky jump plays that you would expect of more mobile teams. So I'm curious to see how that'll translate to something like Zone's Brine Water. I feel like the leader's got to come back, right?
Yes, of course. The leader has that amazing snipe that just can control the entirety of mid, but at the same time, you make yourself such a huge target. So definitely some very well thought out special coordination is going to be needed to move them off that snipe so that they can hopefully take the zone.
Now, Axolotl's got to be thinking of a counter of some sort, because Manta, you can get away with it. There's a lot of, places you can hide, but Brine Water less so. Do you think they might be changing their comp at all to compensate for that?
Honestly, I believe both teams probably will be considering some pretty major changes, considering the major change from a pretty open clams map to a really small S3 like type of style zones map. I reasonably can see changes from both teams at this point.
Yeah, I feel you. I mean, you're going to need lots of paint for something like Zones, Brine Water. You're going to need ways to take enemy eyes off a zone for lengthy amounts of time. So I think, you know, that means Crab, that means Inkjet, that means some mid lines to poke up that ramp. I don't know. This is just, it's a good one. It's going to be a good set. That first game was so close. I think it's all going to depend on which team is able to layer their specials more effectively. And let's take a look at how these comps are going to be changing for game 2. Ooh, a leader on the side of Axolotl. And wow, MK's going to switch to the ZNF. What are your thoughts on these backline choices?
The ZNF definitely makes sense once you think about it, about the way that tri-strikes can work to both hold off the enemy leader and also, honestly, I think it can cap the zone solo, or at least very close to it. So it's a solid pick for sure.
I think so, and you have a more mobile option with the walls too, as Axolotl is taking the early Ink advantage, but we have 2 specials on the side of MK, both being popped here, as you see Ink swinging in other directions, but the Wiper goes down, so they won't be able to go up as far with this. 2 go down as Axolotl loses the zone, but is able to get the picks and is able to recap with the strikes coming out. Solid defense.
Amazing defense from Axolotl Anarchy. To have to completely counter a Crab and Chumps at the same time is really nice.
Now let's see how long they can do the lockout for. With 2 going down on MK, there's one that made that right drop, but they're isolated. The splash will go down. The NZAP in zone is currently the only one up, and they go down. That's just going to stagger the team even further. MK's effectively got one big shot left at this before the game is going to be lost.
For sure. On a small map like this, knowing the way to push back out of your base when you're on lockout is very important. And the Kugas are actually on bottom left here, just trying to hold that space, but then really, there's 3 down on the side of MK. There's just no way for them to actually move in here, especially when you have an E-leader on your team.
Yeah, they are forced to burn this Crab just to get their own ramp back, let alone the zone, and they are able to flip it. Wow, as Kugo is going to be able to get in there with the NZAP, and 3 now go down for Axolotl, but is MK going to be able to get it all the way down to 8? What do you think?
I sure hope to see it. This has been that was a really quick take back. That was really smart of them to go for the zone at that crucial moment there. But they aren't able to push as far because of the leader, and overall their comp is pretty slow compared to Axolotl. But they definitely are holding the map pretty decently well. Although on the bottom right here we see a Booyah gets popped and a pick gets found by the Glugas, and now they are moving in back on the zone, and they have given pity to MK.
They do take the zone back. That was a pretty clutch support in that Booyah that got kind of pinned under the tree, but the teammate was able to come in and help prevent that being a disaster. So you see the Crab getting rushed down. Holy moly, what a great triple by Zalf, just rolling in there and taking down opponents, and suddenly this game is almost over once again.
Nice. A really nice play. Sometimes you just gotta go in, and sometimes it does work, especially when you're playing against a team with such a definitive charger backline.
And that time Axolotl had eyes on the zone, was able to stop Kugo with the NZAP, and they will be taking this set with a clean 2-0 victory. Wow, I liked what I saw there. And Axolotl, after finishing 2nd place in silver bracket 2 weeks ago, is now heading to top 4 of gold. Impressive stuff.
Great to see. I would be ecstatic if I were Axolotl Anarchy at this point, just to see such solid coordination and just play overall, and just definitive proof that yes, we are actually improving, and it's showing in our results.
We definitely love to see that. Now let's take a look at how the rest of the bracket is unfolding. We've got our 2 semifinal matchups. Just Squidding takes down Cool Down 2-0. Wow, these are all 2-0 sets. And then on the other end, we have facing off against 88 Star, I think their team name is. Either way, the bracket's getting pretty top-heavy now. None of these teams dropped a game in round 2. But we'll be right back at you in a couple minutes with our semifinal set. Stay tuned, everybody.
back from the Ink Cup, week 38. We are back here with winners round, gold bracket round 3, I believe. Right, Sofa?
Oh yeah, time for semifinals. You've got two
semifinals.
talented teams here for you. We've got 88 Star, and that other team, that's some kind of a scream of some sort, but you know, that's I counted them. That's 11 A's. That's entirely too many A's for me to say at this time of night. So we're going to jump off of what Elemental said. We're going to call them the Scream team. What do you think about that, Saito?
Yeah, the Scream team definitely works. As much as we would love to rah every time we want to call them out. Probably gonna
Takes up too much time. Splatoon is a fast game, right? We can't be saying 11 A's every time they do something good. And it seems like off stream they've been doing something good so far. They're up 1-0. We did see this gang earlier take down Girl Dinner. They devoured that Girl Dinner. Do you think this set is going to continue to go in their favor, or does 88 Star have something up their sleeves?
I would love to see 88 Star pull something here that maybe Scream isn't ready for, especially with like a more neutral map like Clam's Ink Blot. Definitely anything can still happen here. 1-0 is certainly not anywhere near being first certain victory on a best-of-5 set.
I am in complete agreement with you, especially since Ink Blot, it tends to be the final destination, no items of Splatoon. So, you know what? We'll see what might happen here. 88 Star, in our last From the Ink Up, managed to get to top 8 in gold. This is already PB for them. Let's see if they can push it further. And we got Tri-Slosher on each side. We've got a Brush coming out for Clam Blitz. What are we thinking about these comps at first look?
Really a forward frontlining type of comp from the pink team here. I don't recall their name at the moment, but very forward type of weapons. Not too much paint, but hopefully that splash can make up for it. And then ballpoint might be a problem for them, honestly.
We're seeing lots of early trades, but maybe an unwise jump from the Wiper as Luke is able to come in and get the jump, get the Tri-Slosh. Another one goes down on Plat. Wow, a terrific triple from the 52 gal here. They're going to be looking to accelerate. The Scream team is roaring early on here. They've got the clams. What do they need to do to make this push, though?
They're definitely going to need to get those picks on the front line, of course, but that being said, they do go 2 down, and they are being pushed back. Their ballpoint is being pushed all the way back to the Plat here. If they manage to find a trade there, huge pick. They do not seem to be able to get too far past mid, but it's still pretty neutral for both teams at this point still.
Yeah, 88 Star does seem to have the ink control, but it's really going back and forth in this first minute. Both teams looking for an advantage. The Brush is able to get a clean pick on that Tri-Slosh, which is pretty huge. Ooh, sneaky pick on the Crab to give Ra a huge opening advantage. Wow, they are able to score in spite of that. The Brush going crazy, but, you know, those clams are still going to be coming in for the Screams. How do they get them out of Plat here? What's their next step for 80?
Well, it appears as though it was only the Gal there for a second, and then the Gal just had to back up there. They didn't score under 60, which is really what you want in that first push, but still better than scoring just one power clam and that being it. The Wiper does go down on the bottom right, and now 88 Star is 2 down, and Ra is looking to make a push here. They do find another pick on Plat, and they are just absolutely trying to take over this Plat, finding another pick. They don't have the clams to quite support this push, though. They do have a Crab.
They don't have the clams, but 88 needs to find an answer for Zluke. It looks like lots of other green members are going down, but Zluke is always dipping, dunking, diving, and just taking people out. So I think they have to kind of align their focus to that 52, shut them down. 2 go down on the Screams. 3, the Gal is the only one left, and the Gal is finally wiped. We've seen that Gal be the last one alive multiple times. But, man, I don't know if 88 has the clam economy to get something rolling here either.
For sure, these teams are very much playing for control rather than the clams themselves, which is an interesting thing to see. Rod does go 4 down. They do get wiped out completely, and they are still 88 Star is still just absolutely all on their Plat. They are able to score a power clam. Still not too many clams, but they did open the basket once, which is just not enough to take lead, and they do give the enemy team a pity.
Not enough for now, and while they do seem to be potentially having enough clams to take the lead here, wow! that makes that missed power clam earlier a lot less heartbreaking, as they do push it down to 41. Just the brush left, scampering away to its little brush hidey hole. As, you know, a minute and a half left, and that 16-point penalty, this is not an unbeatable lead for the Screams to try and beat for the Scream team, but they do have to get a little bit going here on the front lines as they do take down the brush. They've got the power clam coming up the middle, the jet to support from behind. It looks like they're going to need something in the realm of all of the clams that jet is holding, and that's not going to happen for now. So what do they need to do to get this second attempt up and rolling as quickly as possible?
For certain, they're going to have to stop this incoming push from going on their plat, which is the 88 Star is really looking to do once again. Like, even though they have the advantage, they still don't want to let up. They do go 2 down in an attempt to do that. They do trade back the Gal, which is a huge pick. A lot of back and forth here. It seems to be almost back in a neutral position. Jackpot the Splash still back on plat, just with their crab zoning them out, trying to get back mid for 88.
That crab did a terrific job of stalling out mid, but if you're Jackpot, you almost wanted to ditch that ball a little earlier because the 52 was able to shark that out instantly. Pressing up on the wiper here, and wow, oh my gosh, 88 was able to score despite being 1, almost 2 down. They were able to work through their penalty. I don't know if you want to be giving the Screams another ball to work with, but it looks as though they're already back up on the plat, trading out the tri-slosh. They got to get something done here as they're about to lose a ball in the ramp. What kind of defense do you want to see from 88 in overtime?
88 had a very interesting idea going on there. It was a very interesting play. It did work out in their favor, but for sure they have to get everyone off with their. They have to go in right now with this Inkjet coming from breaks. A really nice Inkjet. They're able to score in the power clam, and they're only just. There we go. There we go. See the lead taken from Raw or Scream at the end there. Very nice last minute push. They were in a pretty bad position there, given the flank that they had, but the flank ended up not being the best position to be in, because in the end they did. Scream was able to push back on their plat and get the power clam in.
I'm with you. It took too many eyes away from Platt at the most critical moment, and that jet was able to get a pick. I'm pretty sure this next one was, you know, an assist, if not a pick. Yeah, great assist right there. And Ra with a nice, sneaky end of game, second game win. Something tells me the first game was probably just as close because these teams look evenly matched. What changes do you want to make if you're 88 Star to try and switch the momentum, get it rolling in your direction for Zones Barnacle?
If I'm 88 Star, I'm definitely looking for a way to better zone out the enemy team, because really there was just a slight problem of they were getting behind them too much, and that was just causing a bit too much havoc in general for them to be able to make anything happen in neutral, because anytime that they were trying to make a push, it would just get snuffed out because there was someone that was still up when they should not be up.
And in most cases, that was the 52, and in some cases, it may have been another player, but I think you're absolutely right. There needs to be a little uptick in awareness here, but, you know, their back's against the wall. They might be feeling a little stressed, but we're going to be heading to Zones Barnacle for Game 3. We saw this in Game 3 of Round 2 of Groups when Hazard Level Minimum took a nice win against the biggest men. So on Zones Barnacle, I think the biggest key is you got to take space quickly. You can really get a nice lockout going, especially on zones. It's kind of like that brine water game we saw earlier. This one can snowball. How does a team go about preventing that?
To go about preventing the snowball, well, the game is starting here, but to keep it short, basically, it's tempting to go in over and over again, but really you gotta just get your bearings together and get your specials together and try to push in as a team.
I agree. Patience is what'll do it. Not many comp changes from the Scream team, but you do see Wiper with beacons on 88. You see the Brush returning for zones, which is a fascinating pick. What are your thoughts on that?
They must definitely love Brush, but if it works, it works. If you got your certain weapon and it works, and it certainly does work. The trade there is definitely in their favor. Getting the Gal out that early for a Brush is a huge trade to have there, and it does get them the zone. Zuka does go out on the crab, but it doesn't seem to find anything. Another one goes down on the side of 88, and Ra is able to push back here and keep contesting the zone.
Yeah, you do see all but the 52 now go down, who is forced to jump out as they're pinned on the street. A good jump, but effectively a wipe there as 88 is able to set up with the ballpoint. They've got the jet ready if they can find another pick here, but as we were saying before, the shot is able to kind of slide in from the street, taking down 2 and a wipeout in the favor of the Scream team. That was some good defense there.
Right. It's definitely like we said. There is an awareness. Awareness is certainly very, very important, especially on zones. If there's one person behind you, that can completely dismantle your push without you even knowing.
A huge numbers advantage for the Scream team as only the ballpoint is left on that perch there. They're in a known position, ballpoint v ballpoint, and Breaks will win that as the jumps are coming in. Ra is going to be able to get their positioning locked in. A great Zuka assist there. And my goodness, just like that Zone's Brinewater game, 88 stars in a position where they're in their last fight.
For sure. They basically have one more chance left to get back into mid before Ra is able to take the set here. They do have missiles coming out. This seems to be their final push here. They have Whale coming out. They're throwing everything that they have at Ra, trying to get back to the zone. There's only 10 ticks left, and all go down. That's the wipeout on the side of 88 star, and Ra is able to take this game and then take the set 3-0.
Welcome to Grand Finals, Scream team. I am a little bit upset that I have to keep saying all 11 A's, but by golly, if it leads you to a From the Ink Up win, I will rah, rah, rah all night long. Well done, gang. A clean 3-0 set victory, and we're excited to see you again in Grand Finals. Let's take a look and see who their opponent may be. On the other side of the bracket, we've got Just Squidding currently up 2-0 over Axolotl Anarchy. So barring a small miracle on the side of the Axolotls, it looks like we may be seeing a Just Squidding versus Ra Grand Finals. Knock on wood.
For sure. That'll definitely be nice, very nice to watch. And definitely good luck to Ra in their final Ra of this tournament. And we hope to see them later on.
All right, we will be back with finals for you in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. The most exciting set of the night is coming right up. Welcome back to From the Ink Up, Week 38, the grand finale. It's grand finals. We have Just Squidding facing off against with all 11 A's. The Scream team is back for their third time on stream. Now, these two teams have been battling all night for a chance to be From the Ink Up champions. They've each only dropped one game in the whole tournament. Just Squidding lost once to Glowfish. Ra lost once to Squid Est. Who do you think is going to take it all home, Saito?
Well, certainly both teams are going to put up quite a fight here in the finals. Both teams have quite a story. Well, particularly Just Squidding. This is definitely not their first From the Ink Up. This is they've been doing this for a while, and they've been having a slow climb up here to the top. And they're here finally in grand finals, and they are versing Ra here. And honestly, if I had to place my bets, I would say whichever team has the most fun will win.
I like that idea. Whoever has the most fun probably will win. Because, even if the scoreboard isn't in their favor, they at least had a nice time. And I think we're seeing an interesting matchup here of established team versus maybe a newer team or a pickup, right? You've got Ra, who doesn't really, hasn't played together in From the Ink Up before. You've got Just Squidding, who's been playing in several of them. 2 weeks ago, they were knocked out in round 1 of gold, and this is kind of their revenge tour. They've made it all the way. They're so close. They need 3 more victories. How does one take control on Scorch Clams, which will be game number 1? What's going to be the key to victory for this map mode?
Certainly, they're going to have to keep an eye on those flanks and keep their awareness up, because from what we know of Ra, they love to stand behind the enemy players and try to get some picks off flanks.
Now we're going to see Luke coming back with that 52, who was arguably the MVP of semifinals. On the other end, you've got Starry manning the back line with the heavy. You've got a Wiper player. What do you think about these early comps? Is Luke going to go wild once again?
For sure, the comps are pretty normal, but we'd love to see some more strange pick like the heavy. We don't typically see that as much as some of these others. Cooler and Jet go together pretty well. But honestly, just really excited to see here what's going to happen.
You see the ballpoint going down, immediately traded out with the Wiper to keep things relatively even. A second member goes down on Just Squidding. As you're right, the vanilla heavy isn't something you see too often, especially on clams. It is traded out there as well, as Ra is pushing up a little bit, but things are mostly remaining in neutral here. What do you think either team needs to do to break the tie here?
Definitely, they're going to have to try and play around the. Well, for certain, Ra's going to want to play around their Jet here. But the Jet does have a power climb and is a major target of the Splash. But the Splash is trying to get that pick, does not find it, and ends up jumping out back to their spawn.
That's an excellent jump out by Mert, fearlessly diving into the enemy ramp despite being 2 down and able to still jump out unscathed. But Ra is pushing. They've got the ball ready. They've got the crab ready. They've got the Tri-Slosher coming in to pick opponents off. And score number 1 will go to them. They've got the clams to make this quite a powerful push. Breaks does get taken down, but Ra's getting set up underneath the basket. Just loading those clams in. Wow, what a push this is so far.
For certain, a bit unorthodox. You don't typically see them score all of them at once. You see them try to spread out the clams to get as many in as they can, and extending the time as much as they can. But there, they seem to just go in, get the power claim, get the clams in that they needed, get the picks that they needed, go out, try to keep mid.
It burned bright while it lasted, and then it went out just as quickly, but getting to 44 ain't nothing to sneeze at. Although, Just Squidding does get a numbers advantage here by getting 2 down on the side of Ra. So Arzuru is getting that hammer ready to try and get some sneaky picks there. So we maintain a neutral. If they can get the pick on this Tri-Slosh over in the corner, that'll be huge, especially if it comes cleanly. And, ooh, they're fighting over here. They're going back and forth, and wow! Okay, did not expect the trade there, but that'll keep things in neutral for the time being.
Excellent play here from their Splash Neo. I believe it's Mert, who came in and cleaned up that pick for the Wiper and ended up trading back. A huge trade there. No more cooler for Ra, and they're able to go in, score that clam. They have enough power clams to support this push. They might even take lead here.
Now, does Andrew see these extra clams up on the snipe here? 9 more points could make the difference here. Instead choosing to pop the Zuka. Let's see, now they're trying to go grab him here. Like we mentioned before, you want to be sustaining these clams for a long push. The splash will go down. 2 go down on the side of Ra, and it looks like this basket will be able to stay open barely. Wow, it seemed like there's a sliver left. And Just Squidding needs one more clam. They do get it. A nice clean pick on breaks under the basket. Andrew does get another trade underneath there. They keep this basket alive and do go down, pushing it down to 38. What a nice effort for them to not only get back in the game, but to take the lead here.
For sure, and that is a bit of a difference between like a rushdown type of clam push versus a more patient, keeping the basket open as long as you can type of push. I believe that is the difference that was just enough for them to take lead at that moment of need.
Wiper does go down for Just Squidding, but you see Storm here grabbing the pity wall in neutral. It was a good gamble to take, though, because 2 members of Just Squidding go down. You do see Storm get picked by Arzuru here, who is pushing forward. Oh, Arzuru vs Luke gets the pick clean. Great Wiper play there. And Just Squidding has really turned this on its head. It looked like Ra was going to push, but they stopped him in their tracks.
Just Squidding is playing very smart here. They're making sure that they push up, but they're making sure that they do not go down for no reason. If they go down, it is for a reason and to push further up than they were before.
Luke is able to pick the hammer, but not before it takes 2 down, collapsing in on another member who tries to get in as Just Squidding is not quite able to get through this penalty yet. Starry's holding down that ramp, is able to pick the splash, is trying to fight with breaks here. Mano a mano, the backlines trade each other out, and only 30 seconds left. Let's do a little bit of quick math here. Ra needs more than a power clam. They need a power clam and then like 5 more clams. Do you think they can do it?
Well, they're going to have to stop Just Squidding from scoring here. Just Squidding is already threatening to get a knockout here. Really fast. They only 2 players here that have clams, but that's just enough to get the knockout there, and that is the end of this game on Scorch. And that now the set is 1-0 in favor of Just Squidding.
Well done, Just Squidding. You knew this was going to be a heavy hitter of the set with these 2 teams coming in, each only dropping 1 game all night. But Just Squidding will take game 1 with, we saw the nice patience out of them. Arzuru really taking their time, the vanilla heavy, kind of not encouraging piercing Kraken play and more encouraging that slow, sustained push that we saw from them. How do you think these 2 styles are going to translate on Zone's Mako Mart, which we're heading to next?
Zone's Mako Mart. I believe, honestly, it might translate even better than it would have on Scorched Clams. Given Heavy, like we said, was a bit of an unorthodox pick, but Mako Zones, in general, Wavebreaker is a really solid pick for Zones, Sprinkler is a really solid pick for Zones, and Heavy is, backlines are just really good on Zones overall. I could reasonably see them sticking with the same comp and still perform well.
If you're Ra, on the other hand, what do you do to change things up? Do you run the same comp and try and do the same play style? Are you switching anybody around? What are your thoughts on that? If you were the team captain of Ra right now, what call would you be making to try and take game 2?
Captain of Ra. It's interesting because on one hand, the fast clam push that they made worked out at the start, but they either need to work on their defense after that first clam push, or they need to make sure that they play more patient when the clam basket is actually open so that they can get more points, have a more secure lead next time.
It did seem as though once that basket was open and once their initial volley of clams was expended, that they maybe didn't quite know what to do with themselves, whether to go back and get more, whether to continue trying to, hold space up front. So I'm hoping that maybe on Zones it'll be a little more straightforward as to what they should do. Let's take a peek at what they're rolling out here for game 2 comp-wise. For Just Squidding, you're going to see that same V-Heavy, pretty much the same comp. On the other side, the 52 will return. Not too many changes on either side here.
To be expected, honestly. As said, Heavy's a pretty solid pick for it, and Raw seems to just be making some tactical decision changes rather than comp changes.
One thing I did notice is while we may not have a comp change, we do have a bit of a player change as we see Luke actually switching to shot. The 52 player will be a different player, and it might be paying off for them as instantly Just Squidding will go 3 down. Starry's going to get pinched here. The jump will be canceled, and that is a long wipe, and Ra is underway with a strong opening. I don't think either of us expected that.
Yeah, no, I'm certain that, but to be fair, that is sort of the play style that they're asking for here, and they seem to be doing a similar thing to Clams, although it might be even more dangerous. Oh, well, they actually do get it down, and Just Squidding is able to take back the zone, but still a very strong play and pretty similar approach to the first game, just much faster.
I agree. You see a nice double inkjet picks from Breaks coming out there. Now they've got to try and move Starry away from that pretty forward position without getting pinched here. Bazooka is able to get a nice pick there as two go down on the side of Ra. And would you look at that? We might have a repeat of game one as the nice patient. And as soon as we say that, the Zuka comes back out from Zluke, who switched off that 52, trying to poke in on zone here. And ooh, gets wall banged there by Mert, who is dancing around this stack. So what is the next step for Ra? Because they seem to be starting to trickle again like they did last time.
Ra's definitely, now that they're 3 down, they're definitely going to play a bit more patient and forced in order to get their specials together and push in as a team, as the Heavy is a really nice lockout weapon. They do find one pick on the Wiper, and here Mert is on the bottom left trying to fight whoever this is down here. I believe it's the shot. The shot now pops the Zuka, trying to get the zone back. The lead is now in Just Squidding's favor, and they're doing a really solid job of holding mid. Another wipeout on the side of Ra.
That wipeout may be the game, because if you're coming back fast, you're tempted to just kind of drop right into mid. The shot is going to get picked immediately, or I'm sorry, that might be the splash. I can't, or no, that's the 52. And it looks like this zone timer might be running right out, although 2 will go down on the side of Just Squidding. Zluke is going to be crashing into the zone, trying to find a pick. Maybe they should be focusing on the cap instead, although they are going to rush after this Heavy, trying to pop this Zuka here. And Ra is back in the game with the Wiper going down as well.
A really nice play there, really quick, necessary types of plays that they need to make to get back in there. Luke here does find a pick on the Heavy on the left side, and then now another special goes out on the zone. The strikes just quite aren't played with here to find any picks, but they do get a try on their left side from it. Now the Stamper speaks to Zuru, and was there is now pushing on the left side to try and do the lockout once more.
One does drop off a plat and goes down, so that's a trade. Trade is definitely going in favor of Just Squidding right now. Arzuru trying to find a place to hide from this whale and does go down, giving numbers back to Ra. Moving around the strikes, you see Storm coming up on the side here. Can they get a clean pick against this shooter? That is a trade out here. They are able to cap the zone back, but they go 2 down once more. And it seems as though they're trying to do a little bit too much outside of their ink. You see a jump come in, is traded out there once again, and you can't be fighting for trades at this stage of the game for Ra.
For certain, Ra here is playing really far ahead. This is a super aggressive plays that they're making here, and honestly, it seems to be working out, because now the ones that were pushed up in their base now have to look behind them and go back on the zone to defend it from behind, which is really interesting. This is a really unorthodox Mako zones game, to say the least.
Now, it's fascinating that, you know, this game is still so close with these positioning decisions, but that speaks to the true mechanical power of Ra, and it seems as though if they can just keep brute forcing and capping this zone, you know, they could just get one lockout going and then take the lead back as things are still even. We're heading into our last minute of the game here.
For certain. Although if the game does end up in a more stalemate type of position or even, that'll just be perfectly swell for Just Squidding, as they do have a really nice lead here.
The Heavy is picked cleanly. The Jet is going to come out to try and give one last stagger onto Just Squidding. Can it find anything? That would be huge if it can get a clean pick. As you see Mert trying to fight it, and instead the opposite happens. The Jet is taken out without getting anything, as Luke is the last one in the zone, pops the Zuka solo, does get a pick, and is trying to fight into mid, and man, going down there is still effectively another trade. Wow, Ra is going to sweep in, take the zone despite all of that. I don't know how Just Squidding was able to take their eyes off the zone. You see the strikes coming out again. We enter overtime. We just need a little more yellow, but 3 go down on the side of Just Squidding. It's just the Heavy left. They got to cap the zone before the overtime timer runs out. They barely got it, and they're only a couple of ticks away from making this a really interesting game.
This is for certain the end game now. They do not have very much time, and they have to get this zone cap right now, otherwise the overtime timer will end. They are trading back and forth, but it's still in Just Squidding's favor, and the overtime is now over as it's contested for too long. That is another game for Just Squidding.
You know, I gotta say, if they had spent just a little more effort into looking at that zone and painting it, I think they would have won. I think they would have ran that all the way back to where they needed to go. I just think there were a couple times where they were taking their eyes off the prize, maybe not covering ink on the zone and going after picks instead. Where if they had focused that zone, man, I think that was their game to lose.
For certain, but both teams here were playing really, really well at the end here. It was very minute decisions that were making all the difference. Once again, when you see two teams that are so close to each other in skill level, really nice grand final sets thus far, to say the least.
I agree. These have been close games that we've had on stream, very engaging. But let's see. This next game is going to be tournament point for Just Squidding. They're trying to get through this thing and emerge from the Ink Up champions. The Scream team, on the other hand, as their backs against the wall, we head to tower control Manta Maria. Now, I don't know about you. I think this one favors Rob quite immensely. If you can get the tower rolling, if you can get it past that first checkpoint and up into that street, their fast, aggressive style can really make this map mode get out of hand quickly.
For certain, especially with how open Manta Maria is compared to some other S3 maps, and even the ones that we've seen in this set. This is the biggest map that they have to offer, and Raw just really benefits from having spots that they can hide in. Although Just Squidding has seemed like they've been doing a really nice job of shutting down those flanks that Raw has been that has worked out really well for Raw thus far that we've seen.
I think that in that first Clams game, we saw Just Squidding beat them with patience, but in the second game, it was more so like Just Squidding was able to accelerate and match the speed that Raw was putting out. So they're going to need to do it again to take this tournament win in Game 3. Do you think they can? Do you think this is it?
I would certainly love to see at least a Game 5, but as for a reverse sweep, Rob just might be able to do it if they're able to keep those types of endgame plays that we saw like on Makomar, where they were just really pushing back, just being able to do what they needed to do, and taking advantage of their more slow play style. But they also need to be careful to overextend and go down unnecessarily.
I'm with you, and I think I'm fascinated to see if this Inkjet is going to come back out on the side of Ra, because Inkjet can just be so good here. Opening up here, we see that V Heavy returning once again. The ballpoint, ooh,
Blaster,
a V Blaster coming out instead of the shooter of the day from Zluke, no less, that we've been seeing. What's your reaction to this?
I love people trying Blaster, and I love that Ra is putting their effort in to try and make for this game. They're putting their entire tournament run at the end here into the hands of this comp switch, and I'm definitely here for it.
Do go down instantly on the side of Just Squidding. This Zuka is just caught with their pants down on Plat, as Ra is going to be able to hop on this tower. Arzuro is... Oh, the hammer gets picked for the long wipe! Insane pick to just completely stagger Just Squidding. And for the third straight game, we see a rapid opening by Ra.
That is awesome. And they put down the bubble, but it does get countered by the tri-strikes. A nice play from Just Squidding to snuff out the tower push at least. The crab in mid does deny them at least. Pushing too far up, Just Squidding does go 2 down, and Ra does have numbers advantage once again, but they need to get that heavy down.
Luke is able to get a nice trade there, and you see Andrew kind of causing some fuss up in the street here. The Tri-Slosh is going to trade out the Wiper. The Jet is holding space up here for the teammates to come back. You see all of Just Squidding is kind of flooding out through the left. Oh, an unfortunate fizzy pick there to keep things even. Luke as well is going to be picked cleanly, and it looks like a solid defense, but whoa! Spoke too soon! I think the Tri-Slosh came in and got a double. I thought things were going to settle back down into neutral, but that was not the case.
Commentator's curse, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very fast-moving game, and Just Squidding is definitely going to have to try to quickly counter whatever Ra is going for here, which just seems to be really aggressive pushes that are working out definitely better in this type of net mode. They do have a Jet here to try and push through the street once and for all, as they've been trying to do for the past minute.
They did get a nice trade with that Jet. I think the X factor here for Raz, this Tri-Slosher player, as Zook does get a clean pick on the back line. Luke is again going to be able to pick the wiper, and only Andrew is left for just squidding. They're forced to make a choice here. Man, do I rush this tower? Do I wait for my teammates? When that tower's ticking down so far, it's got to be stressful to hold off.
For certain. Here at the end, sees Luke here. The blaster on the tower pops the bubble in a crucial time. They are the last ones up. Let's see if they can find a trade or if they're able to jump out at this last moment.
Insane, not even a trade, a clean pick before jumping back. That was wild. You know what? I think that there was nobody from Just Squidding around. They may have even been able to just try and sneak their way out if they had the time, but still a terrific jump as Just Squidding is now going to get underway here, but goes down to the Tri-Slosh early on, and neutral is not what they need right now. They need advantage.
For certain. They are able to get the first checkpoint, but Ross seems to have just understood that the first checkpoint can be got, but they have to defend the second one because that is the one that is a real stopper for any type of pushing teams here. Just Squidding does go 2 down, and they're unable to continue this push, especially with the bubble out and the blaster threatening the heavy on that perch.
If that blaster gets set up in street, it's just so much terrifying AOO as you see Storm going down, 2 go down, 3 go down, and just the blaster is left now. Although they have to be careful, they really want to try and find it and get rid of it. It does seem like it's kind of sharky on this right side. I don't know that Starry knows that it's there, although it does seem like it goes down. This checkpoint's going to break, and now Just Squidding is rolling towards, a potential interesting game here as the blaster is again picked. We have the ballpoint pick. The blaster jumps in, gets a clean pick kind of off to the side of the camera there, and is going to be rolling up towards the tower. Oh, Mert was one indirect away from going down. Saba, Saka, I couldn't quite read that name, is going to slide in for the stop. 1 minute left. This game is super close.
For real, Just Squidding is fighting tooth and nail here. They understand that this is likely the very last push that they're going to be able to do, especially against such a definitively solid tower control up the blaster. With the bubble, Just Squidding does go 3 down, and they are now wiped out. And Ra might go for another push here, or they might try to defend the tower in mid. We'll have to see.
Now, if you're Just Squidding, you still want to play for that miracle play, right? You're only down by 8 points. You don't have a lot of time to do it. But the good news is there's really no GGs on either side here, other than, the strikes for Just Squidding. But you don't want to give this team any momentum going into a potential Game 4, so you're still trying your best to try and get a win out of this as we're still in neutral. The Zuka not able to find anything. The strikes coming out to counter the Crab. The Tri-Slosh rushing into the tower. The Blaster taking down 2. And wow, Just Squidding is going to fall in Game 3, bringing us to a Game 4 with all the momentum in Ra's hands for the fastest mode in the game, Rainmaker. Ooh, I'm a little worried now if I'm Just Squidding.
For certain, especially when they whip out a weapon that you don't typically see that often. And honestly, less used weapons might be the play here, honestly. Most of the time, whenever you see a splash or a ballpoint, you know exactly how to play around it as you've played against it so often, but a solid tower control weapon definitively, as well as someone who can use it pretty well, can definitely turn the tide of a set entirely if the enemy team does not figure out how to counter it properly.
I agree completely. That being said, however, I don't foresee the Blaster coming back for Museum Rainmaker. I think they're going to want Sluke back on something like a 52 or a shot, something where the team can really accelerate with them. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, for certain. The point is more so it's to trip up the how do I put this right? It's definitely more so picking something that's good for your mode versus something that is just always good. Because if it's good for your mode and you can play it well, then it'll definitely work out. For example, like Rainmaker could have some type of off-meta slower weapon like Stringer, and then the enemy team, if they don't know how to play around the enemy Stringer, then they will just completely get dismantled by it. They have to be careful, and they have to know how to play against any weapon that might show up in the set.
That's a lot of confidence, though, to come into a tournament point. You're down 2-0, and to, bring in a weapon that, like you said, does fit the mode, but might not necessarily be something that they play super often. However, I did see that Zluke does have that 5-star blaster badge, so maybe it's not as unfamiliar to them as we think as we head into Game 4, Rainmaker Museum. Similar comp coming out of Just Squidding. And on the backside, we do see Zluke back on that shooter game. I can't tell. Oh, they are on the shot. We also have Sokka on the splash as well. So we are back to our fast shooter comps. Can Ra get another fast opening here?
Well, both teams seem to understand that the Rainmaker pop on this stage isn't too important. It seems to be just backline v backline as far as that goes. Just trying to play more for specials. Andrew here does find a pick with the Zuka. Does get traded back, but currently it's in Just Squidding's favor here as they're about to score on the checkpoint if they're able to dodge the shooter, and they do. They managed to break through the first checkpoint within 30 seconds.
That was a real gutsy checkpoint break, and even though Just Squidding is rapidly losing in control in mid, I think it was worth it, because you want to try and, Ra's going to be coming out fighting. You want to try and take early control of the narrative of this game, and now Ra is already on the back foot in the opening seconds here. One does go down, the Tri-Slosh will go down, the Crab trying to trade that back out as we've resumed neutral here. Is Just Squidding going to keep with this aggression?
Just Squidding was one down, but they are pretty even now, but they did have special advantage. But now it seems to be Crab versus a potential Jet here in a second, depending on how they want to go about fighting this Crab, but they do pop Wave Breaker here. Sokka just was trying to make something happen on the right side, ends up just backing up, maybe trying to play around the Crab that they just got, and Ra goes in and is not able to score.
We've seen a little bit of a role reversal here, right, with Just Squidding really doing two aggressive Rainmaker grabs. The one worked nicely, that second one didn't work as well, but we're seeing them really trying to meet Ra at their speed. Losing that game 3 must have rattled them a little bit. They want this tournament win right now. They don't want this to go to a game 5. You see the Zuka coming out, getting a nice assist there, as Ra will have their first chance of the game with 2 minutes in to try and get something rolling.
Viper here is just trying to fight the ballpoint breaks, but Ra is able to actually score the checkpoint, and they get a complete wipeout on Just Squidding. They're able to not only take lead, but score a crazy amount of points here on this stage, down to 23. Ra now has a pretty major lead here, and Just Squidding is going to have to get them out of their base on top of it all.
That Rainmaker followed a nice little fizzy trail to the Wonderland of 23, which in some universes, in most universes, may be a game-winning push, but we'll see what Just Squidding may have up their sleeves for the second half of this game, as it looks like they'll let the Rainmaker reset. The Tri-Slosher's going to drop from left with 2 down on Ra. They do get picked, which is dropping from left there when your team is 2 down is quite the gamble, and Just Squidding has a pretty huge numbers advantage here, trying to take this lead back.
For certain, all of Ra is on top left. I genuinely don't know. I think it was a fizzy, but all of Ra is on their top right, but then they drop down to defend their plat after a major Rainmaker kill that we couldn't even see.
Yeah, that was huge. I don't know if it was a fizzy or maybe the Zuka, as the other Zuka is going to get traded here. Sokka trying to retake some space in mid. We may never know what happened, but that was an absolutely huge Rainmaker kill there.
For certain. It might have been the difference between lead and not, which might have been the difference between winning the game and not. But here we are back in a pretty neutral part. Both teams have specials, and they're both popping them, trying to see what happens.
Crab v Crab, both kind of cancel each other out, but the expert bomb throw, oh no, it was the hammer coming from behind. I thought it was the suction bomb. As 2 will go down on Ra, and Just Squidding is going to be rolling once again. The Zuka this time is not able to kill the Rainmaker, unless that final shot lands, which it doesn't. Glad I didn't curse myself again, as they're rushing in towards Rain Star. He's the last one up here, is going to get picked. That's maybe an unwise jump coming in on the side of Just Squidding, and they are stalled once again on the plat. That 23 is looking pretty insurmountable.
For certain, both teams do need to be very careful here, especially Ra, because even though they seem rather slow, if you're able to get enough picks on here, it's really hard to go back and defend your plat if you're not already on there. And there are no checkpoints to clear at this point either.
Could go either way. 30 seconds left. One fight, win or loss, could mean the difference. That hammer pick was clean, assisted by some other force there. Gets a double there. The crab goes down. This Jet is the last one alive, and it ends a little bit too early, and Just Squidding will take the lead with 18 seconds left. This could potentially be the tournament as they push it all the way to 8. That was an insane double by that Wiper that might have just won them from the Ink Up. Rod desperately has to try and pop this open and grab it. The Tri-Slosher's going to come in and get 2, which will give them a little bit of breathing room, and that's the game! Wow, let's talk about that double from Arzuru that literally just crowned his team the champions. Their team the champions of From the Ink Up Week 38.
That was absolutely incredible last moment play there. That was, like, insane. I did not expect that. Wow.
Absolutely ridiculous.
It seemed so much in Just Squidding's favor there, but at the end, they just pulled out the craziest play, and it worked so well.
You love to see it. You love to see some good Wiper play. It's just so exciting every time. I am horrible at the Wiper, so it's just fascinating to watch someone like Arzuru just pull out, I don't know, a miracle play. A miracle play. Because if you're Just Squidding, you cannot let Raw win this game, right? Because they would have won game 2, or game 3, game 4. You do go back to clams, but all the momentum is on the side of the team that thrives on momentum, which is Raw. So, man, that just feels like they needed to make that push. They needed to win it there, or else they might not have won, but they did.
For certain. Even though we might not have seen a game 5, it certainly was no less just riveting just to see this last-minute clutch up, honestly, from Just Squidding, because as you said, once you have that momentum, it's really hard to... Yeah, well, it's really hard for the enemy team to be able to fight against that. Momentum is so strong, and it's really hard to play against, and it's unquantifiable, honestly.
I'm in complete agreement. Well, congratulations to Just Squidding. What an excellent tournament run, only dropping 2 games all night and winning the final set 3-1. We would be remiss if we did not mention our silver bracket winners as well. Midnight Blue taking a 3-0 set. Bronze bracket is still underway, but Cuttlefish Battalion looks as though they are heading towards a victory in, Prone bracket. Cuttlefish Battalion may be heading towards a victory there. The one true bracket that we should be streaming. So, Saito, where can we find you between now and your next appearance on the mic?
You can find me at basically anywhere at Cytogast, lowercase on Discord, uppercase on Twitter, Cytogast Live on Twitch, that I don't use that much. And where can we find you, Sofa?
My name is Sofa King, captain of the Whip Rays. You can find me on Twitter at Sofa King Stream. It's been a pleasure doing on the mic with you tonight. I would love to do it again sometime. And thank you to everyone watching on Twitch for joining us tonight for an amazing tournament from top to bottom. Crazy sets, Just Squidding coming out on top and winning From the Ink Up. And hopefully you'll be back with us in a few weeks for From the Ink Up number 39. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Which I say was a fine-ish choice to do, as they still held all that control, allowing them to kind of just do that.
It's in a soft fight from them. Yeah, I just got onto Toolbox that they're, yeah, it's been put on a really good showing here. They've just been keeping locked in their spawn for most of the game. I feel like
so much just happened there, all at once.
Yeah,
What I was mentioning earlier with handling, that was too close for comfort if you're a leader.
Yeah. Recent Trizuka buffs, if Deck put one more shot there, that would have been the end for him.
But yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier with lockouts. It was a matter of just mostly needing specials to push right back in. But unfortunately, me, I was able to. T-Tech is holding its special. It's probably gonna wait until their final push to just pop it. And the leader fighting a very nice snipe onto the pack, sending it right back to spawn.
Yeah, that pack is the last specialty they had. They're one player down. They gotta make a move here now and quickly if they want to get the final push in. But how come the missiles and the strikes and if that's not GG, I don't know what it is.
Yeah, right there.
Team, they weren't paying attention, like the whole the blue team was a distraction. They were just gonna run it up the left side, be all sneaky. But unfortunately, they were just looking there and they couldn't make it past. Unless they,
But the Zap is gonna do it.
they managed to make it up, make the jump.
So
That's
close.
gonna bring it to 35.
Only 9 points different, but fortunately not getting the lead there, I think, cost them the match.
Yeah, if they managed to get the lead there, that would have been really good. But unfortunately, it's just stuck in this top left corner now. So there's nothing they can climb together and make a power climb if they want to get into overtime and have a chance at bringing this back.
If I had to yawn, cough, and talk all at once.
Over this roofing game. They've got no power climb. That's gonna be it. Unless they can form something in the next 3 seconds, it's gonna be game. Going
But no,
to...
they only have 4 clams.
Yeah. As a minimum.
What I was gonna say is, before I tripped over everything, Lucas is definitely it's definitely what you can pick. I wouldn't say it. That was such a near miss for the inkjet.
Ooh, the jetpack. Alright, 25 ticks left on the clock. They've got to make a move now and quickly if they want to get in here. The Swig can maybe sneak around and cap the zone. It could happen, but they're 2 down, 3 down, and 4 down. Wait, there we go.
Just all going into their pit one by one there at the end.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
2 are down. How Forge does also go down. Sap does try to fight the try, but finds the try. It's actually staggered two as the Raw is coming in one by one. Effectively, the Gal is gonna have to fight the Swiffer. It's doable.
There's a chance here. They're running out of specials. Heavy does go down. It's 3v4 situation here, but they got a bubble, and if they can manage to get this on the tower and win against the Stride, though, unfortunately not. But they had a chance there. It wasn't
very close with how they're going down, especially going down 1 by 1 or 2 by 2, or just all dying at once. That also works.
Yeah. Second wipe is really not good for them. When you die, you lose a bunch of special charge, and like we said earlier, you need that to get back in. There's no way besides specials. So they've lost a lot of that charge, and they can't stop this push. He tries to run it across. Oh, they're gonna knock it out? Oh, they got a third knockout.
For one, they also give a bunch of pains.
Yeah,
which, as we're seeing here, is really working to a Lion team's benefit.
Yeah, I think it's what Missile should have been. They just need 2 more clams, and the Tri Slosher has it. They could jump in, end it all right now.
The Tri is throwing them up instead as one of them jumps out. The Tri can still score him. Only gonna score.
Let me get the knockout.
Oh.
And a little bit of penalties. Not a lot of time, but they've got a good 2 pushes left in them. If they manage to neutralize the zone and maybe cap it, they'll buy themselves a lot more time. They just kind of need to play more together, get their special, play around that cooler, get in, hop into the special with it, and take on some fights together, and to get back into that zone. But 10 ticks left, they gotta make a run for it now. At this point, strategy doesn't matter, you just gotta go kill them dead, otherwise you're not gonna be able to get that zone. Unfortunately, though, they don't make it in time.
The last 10.
Looks like 47's going to be the final push for Squid Sushi there. That's going to be what they're content with. They're not going to try to push it any further. They do have the crab ready for a defense, so, right now it's in overtime. They just got to pressure the tower, get them off the thing, and hop on.
Machine finds 1, Machine finds 2.
Oh, the Zuko got the crab as well. They're 3 down. It's a full wipeout on the side of Squid Sushi. That's going to be pretty much game. There's no way Squid Sushi can...
Definitely lead trains.
Cooldown in...
We did see a trade underneath MK's basket. The Zuko player will go down as Axolotl's desperately trying to, get the jumps back in, trying to hold mid, but they need to be doing a little more than that. They need to get a push going as the Galugas will go down, 2 will go down there. Spamming this way is his IDRC. Oh, I'm sorry, it's the Galugas getting picks, not going down, excuse me. The jump is coming in for the power clam. This is going to be the lead for Axolotl. How many more clams can they get in? But that basket ain't going to close. And wow, overtime, the final...
Yeah, gets popped and a pick gets found by the Galugas, and now they are moving in back on the zone, and they have given pity to MK.
They do take the zone back. That was a pretty clutch support in that Booyah. They got kind of pinned under the tree, but the teammate was able to come in and help prevent that being a disaster. So you see the crab getting rushed down. Holy moly, what a great triple by Zalf, just rolling in there and taking down opponents, and suddenly this game is almost over once again. Great triple by Zalf, just rolling in there and taking down opponents, and suddenly this game is almost over once again.
Nice. A really nice play. Sometimes you just gotta go in, and sometimes it does work, especially when you're playing against a team with such a definitive charger backline.
And that
but
time,
once-
Axolotl had eyes on the zone, was able to stop Kugo with the end zap, and they will be taking this set with a clean 2-0 victory. Wow,
really a forward frontlining type of comp from the pink team here. I don't recall their name at the moment, but very forward type of weapons. Not too much paint, but hopefully that splash can make up for it. And then ballpoint might be a problem for them, honestly.
we're seeing lots of early trades, but maybe an unwise jump from the Wiper as Luke is able to come in and get the jump, get the tri-slosh. Another one goes down on Plat. Wow, a terrific triple. Tri-slosh. They got to get something done here as they're about to lose a ball in the ramp. What kind of defense do you want to see from 88 in overtime?
88 had a very interesting idea going on there. It was a very interesting play. It did work out in their favor, but for sure they have to get everyone off with their. They have to go in right now with this inkjet coming from Breaks. A really nice inkjet. They're able to score in the power clam, and they're only just. There we go.
Brian Water game. 88 stars in a position where they're in their last fight.
For sure. They basically have one more chance left to get back into mid before Ra is able to take the set here. They do have missiles coming out. This seems to be their final push here. They have Whale coming out. They're throwing everything that they have at Ra, trying to get back to the zone. There's only 10 ticks left, and all go down. That's a wipeout on the side of 88 star, and Ra is able to take this game and then take the
Ramp is able to pick the splash, is trying to fight with Breaks here. Mano a mano, the backlines trade each other out, and only 30 seconds left. Let's do a little bit of quick math here. Ra needs more than a power clam. They need a power clam and then like 5 more clams. Do you think they can do it?
Well, they're going to have to stop Just Squidding from scoring here. Just Squidding is already threatening to get a knockout here. Really fast. They have 2 players here that have clams, but that's just enough to get the...
Was able to take their eyes off the zone. You see the strikes coming out again. We enter overtime. We just need a little more yellow, but 3 go down on the side of Just Squidding. It's just the heavy left. They got to cap the zone before the overtime timer runs out. They barely got it, and they're only a couple of ticks away from making this a really interesting game.
This is for certain the end game now. They do not have very much time, and they have to get this zone cap right now, otherwise the overtime timer will end. They are trading back and forth, but it's still in Just Squidding's favor, and the overtime...
You're only down by 8 points. You don't have a lot of time to do it, but the good news is there's really no GGs on either side here, other than, you know, the strikes for Just Squidding. But you don't want to give this team any momentum going into a potential Game 4, so you're still trying your best to try and get a win out of this, as we're still in neutral. The Zuka not able to find anything. The strikes coming out to counter the Crab. The Tri-Slosh rushing into the tower. The Blaster taking down 2. And wow, Just Squidding.
Which I say was a finish choice to do as they still held.